Okay, I should be live again. Let's turn the lights on. Aha! Docker works. That's promising. Okay, music's going. Good. Let's see. VS Code. The thing is, I'm actually like a little bit scared to turn my computer off. So I don't do it very often. And maybe I should be less scared. Maybe that would help. Tasha says, welcome back. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Opening the remote. Connecting to the dev container. This is looking good. I like that. Okay. Let me open... What else did I need? I need Opera. Oh, that's weird. It's downloading everything from scratch.
Yippee.
Not great.
Also, please power cycle your PC at least once a month for Windows system help.
Thank you so much for the suggestion, Fandom Glitch. Also, thank you for the resubscription. Yay! 4 months. Okay, let's see this. Yeah, I'll definitely remember that for the future. I mean, I can delete this one. I can probably delete these because they're old. Let's see, volumes. Yeah, there's node modules and type sense. I don't want to mess with any of these. I'm not touching any of that. Images. These are old. I'm gonna delete these. There. Okay. So yeah, I guess it's just gonna rebuild everything, and that's fine. That's good. That's that could be a lot worse. Did the style of GitHub just change? Oh, I'm not logged in. Okay, lovely. Thank you for that. Oh, and I'm not logged into this either. Coding with Caleb says, gosh, look at this responsible Docker management. I'm way too prone to leaving it until I start running out of disk space. Oh, I'm just out of disk space. I'm just out of disk space, and Docker was acting glitchy, so yeah. All right, let me go approve this. Are you happy? Let's see. Yes, that is me. I like that. Come on. Yay! Maybe I like coding with Kips is also hide your screen. I don't have to. Nothing. No credentials and no secrets were displayed in that entire process. Tasha says, yeah, I was thinking the same. My image list is so much bigger. So I should probably clarify that I only use this computer for streaming at this point. Like, there was a time where I used it for other things, but now I just lay in bed with my little MacBook. And I don't know how much I have here. Let me go see. Images. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 40? 40? 40. Okay, I have 40 images on my MacBook. Fandom Glitch says I need to get my YubiKey working to auth with Git easier. That's a good idea. Coding with Clip says I'm prone to keeping API keys in my 1Password, and for some reason secure notes are displayed decrypted by default, which totally freaks me out. Yeah. Yeah, that would suck. Yeah. In Bitwarden, they show the last 4 of your credit card number in the actual, like, if you open the extension, they're like, we put your credit cards at the top. Here's the last 4 digits of all your credit card numbers. And I'm like, I don't want that displayed. Just like you're a secret manager. Keep everything hidden until I ask for it. Silly. Maybe there's a way to circumvent that by giving it like a different name and hiding it, but yeah. Phantom Glitch says Proton password manager to fix all problems. I haven't tried Proton. I'm pretty happy with Bitwarden so far. Coding with Caleb says no. Like, there are not a lot of credit card number permutations. Please no. Well, the interesting, okay, this is like something that I think is a fact but might not be true. But it's something that I think is true. I think the last 4 digits are a checksum of the rest of your credit card number. So like, I think it would be pretty easy to like, yeah, figure out the rest of them. Let me see something really quick. So that's, yeah, me. Good job. Excellent, not now. No! No! Seeing it. I'm taking down all these videos, not just because I'm sick and like messy today. I'm taking down all of them for security reasons. Security reasons. Okay, I'm taking a little poke around because we technically, I don't know if this is still the chat. Oh. Hang on. Can I try this? Nope. Great. No, that's lovely. Bozo Dimitrov says, hey, hello, nice to see you. We're having a rough day today. Can I ask how is your day going? Because my day is going rough. My day could be better. All right, let's try this. So this one is live. This is a separate one. What I'm looking for here are 2 things. One, I need to get the pop-out chat. So people, if they comment here, Bozo just says, did you leak your phone number to us? I hope it's not your real phone. No, it's not my real phone number. It's a fake one. Phantom Glitch says it's called the Loon algorithm. Yes! I knew it was a real thing. Coding with Caleb says it's the even and odd digits that are done in some parity check, but the first 3 or 4 digits are encoding which bank you're using. So if the last 4, and I can know which bank you use, I also have the first 4, what leaves just the middle 8, which are vastly reduced by an order of magnitude due to the checksumming. Yeah. Agreed, definitely. This is not loading. This is the pop-up chat that I need in order to reply. Buzzo says, I just baked walnuts. Home smells delicious. So yes, this is a good day today. That does sound nice. I think, yeah, I wish that my day involved more baking of walnuts. All right, let's try this one out. Pop-out chat. Copy the URL. Close this thing. Paste the URL here. Sweet. And then there's another tricky thing where like when I'm setting up the live, I can say what sort of delay I want. But I don't know where it is. Huh. Yeah, don't know where it is. Thank you for following Amin-kun. I'm not sure why you would want to follow after the absolute unprofessional mess that I'm being right now. Boop, it works. But thank you for following anyway. All right, reload to refresh your setting. Thank you, that's good. Did I just close the pop-out chat? Gosh, I'm useless today. Okay, copy this. Close this window. If anybody's wondering what I'm doing, the test thing that I just did is all about displaying my like stream chat in like a combined whatever thing, and I kind of need it. Moedara Chef says, hello. Hello, nice to see you again. Coding with Caleb says, you know what also freaks me out? I paid 500 euros for my new glasses just by wafting my phone in the vicinity of a payment terminal. What? What? I mean, it sounds like you wanted new glasses, but... Aw, Dimitrov says, some people just want to chill and vibe in a nice stream like yours. It doesn't matter how unpro it is. Good, thank you. Amin-kun says, I like the wallpaper of One Dreamer when you open a new tab. Aw, thanks so much. Okay, this is a game, and I'm in it. Hang on, One Dreamer. Yeah, so this is a game on Steam. I love it. I think it's fantastic. I got involved and interested after the demo. Boop. Coding with Caleb says, I wanted new glasses and I did pay for them. Oh no. An error occurred setting up the container. No! No! Hang on. So the problem is that TypeSense is already in use. Okay. So we need to stop this one. No. I just want to stop this one. Okay, whatever. Fine. I'll delete it. Yeah, I know they're both in use. I'm trying to set up the thing. Okay, you just stop. I guess I have to. I'm just gonna delete these. I'm gonna delete these. I'm gonna delete these. Go in. I'm gonna delete these. I'm just gonna make my life easy and I'm gonna delete everything. This is how I have good, whatever, Docker hygiene. Because I just panic and delete everything and start over from scratch. Okay, retry. Phantom Glitch says the PC is taking revenge for no streams. I think it is. Aminkun says you have my pick on the stream. Wow. Hang on. Yeah. I do like this. Okay, going back to this, I wanted new glasses and I did want to pay for them, but it still feels crazy that this is possible. So for me, tap to pay only works if like I've opened the wallet app on my phone, I think. Phantom Glitch says tap to pay is so useful, but also getting a little out of hand these days. I really like it because I never remember my wallet. Coding with Caleb says that is the beauty of Docker. Everything is reproducible. I will say the very nice thing about this is I just have it running and I can talk to y'all while it's running and I don't have to do it. Oh wait, did it work? Did you work? Okay, hang on. Git patch. No! Yes, it is a safe directory. I don't care about your dubious ownership. Okay. Git fetch. Fetching origin. Okay. You fetched the origin and you fetched main to upstream main. Let me... Yeah, that looks good. Here's a new branch, errors and validations. Git checkout, errors and validations. Please, please, please. It worked. Did it work? It worked. Tug says, did you ever think of switching to Linux or used to Windows? So the thing is I use OBS and I have all this recording software and like I used to play programming games, not as much. So I worry what would happen if I had to set everything up with Linux. Coding with Caleb says, mine requires my phone to be unlocked, but by default you can have like up to 50 euros when it's locked, but I have that turned off. I'm not spending any money. And 50 euros is a lot of money. Dimitro says, what are we developing today? I am a Ruby Events team member. This is Ruby Events. Yay! It's got recently published videos for you to continue watching, videos from recent like updates. We have events and we have them all listed. The calendar view is I think my favorite. So I'm a member of the team that works on this project. It's open source and we just kind of like are building it together. And today, my shirt is on inside out. Today, I'm working on a project called Errors and Validations. So we have this giant file in here called, and I'll show it to you here. We have this giant validate.rake file, right? And the thing is that this goes through all of our data files, and the data files is where we store all of our event data, and it like tests all of it to make sure it's valid. So like it validates against schemas, it validates that speaker fields are unique. And so what I've been doing is I've been extracting a lot of these like randomly generated ones. So for example, this is the example of one that I have modified this one. Hang on, let me scroll down. Let me catch one that I haven't done. Here we go. So this one is validate that all static video records have unique IDs. And I haven't touched this one yet. So what people will just do is inside this giant validate.rake file, we'll say like, hey, get all the static videos, go through each of them, see if there are any duplicate talk IDs. And if there are, tally them, and then put an error message out that's like duplicate video IDs found, right? And then put a little error message that said, hey, these are found. Well, the problem is that when we get this CI issue, and when we have this exit 1, we get the CI error. You have to kind of like scroll through to see it. And what I want people to do instead is build GitHub annotations. So like we're gonna kind of see this in a minute, but basically, I don't have any pictures of this. GitHub annotations will like put an error message at the top. And Monkey Man says, hello everyone. Good day, ma'am. Good day, Monkey Man. Okay, let me try and... Do you have anything in you that explains what you look like? No. This should have pictures in it telling you what this looks like and like showing you what it is. Tasha says you already have annotations in your diff from Rubocop. Oh, good. Good. Let me go look at those. From Rubocop. There we go. Okay. This is what an annotation looks like. It's like, here's a warning on the line. Here is the error and what failed. And then you can go view the details. And when you view the details, it's going to take you to this check. And then at the top, it's got these annotations. But you can build custom annotations. Took says, just check the website. It's awesome for someone starting finding all events in one place, and it's fast. It's Rails from back to front. It's Rails from back to front. We're using Hotwire, Stimulus, and like all the latest. So all the stuff that you saw in the markup videos, we're using that tech. For obvious reasons. Dimitro says, so you're integrating a GitHub thingy into your project workflow. Sounds like a risky business. GitHub gets more and more unstable recently. I've definitely seen a decrease in stability from GitHub. I'm also going to note something else though, which is like our whole project is in GitHub. So if GitHub's down, we're not doing anything anyway. You know what I mean? This is kind of like the debate that we were having about this because we were discussing deployments. So for deployments, we were talking about, and I think we did end up using the GitHub container registry. And like one of the things we talked about was like, look, if GitHub's down, we're not deploying anything. So, and in the same way, like if we can't run GitHub Actions, I don't think we'll be able to push or anything else either, probably. Anyway, so I'm taking one of these and I'm converting it into a validator. Although with it being a validator and I could just change this in the future. So this is static validator's error. I have these like fields. This error is the message. Then I have the file path, the line, and the end line. Wait, why does this say error? Hang on. This should be message, not error. Okay. So now I'm setting the message, the file path, the line, the end line. Yes. And then I'm going here and I'm saying, hey, what's the message, the file path, the line, and the end line. And that's my like to hash. And then I have my as error. And in this error, yeah, I say prefix if GitHub Actions true. Get me the file path, get me the line, get me the end line, get me the line. And I should be able to do that as well. Excellent. And actually, now that I'm looking at this, I should be able to do this to all of them because I do have the attributes, but it's an attribute reader. Is that gonna work? Let me run the tests. I'm gonna run binrails test, and then I'm just gonna run, let me try validator. Yeah, here we go. And copy this for later. No, not you. I wanted a validator test. Hang on. Validator test. There we go. I'm just gonna run all of these. Hang on. So this one got held for language. If GitHub goes down, a lot of people are screwed. Chances are, if it's ever down, it won't be for long. GitHub has been going down a lot, though. Oh no. This is weird. Bundle install hasn't run? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This is not good. So here's what I think is happening. Bundle install is failing. So in our gem file, we're not just on like the most recent version of Rails. We're actually on Rails main. Phantom Glitch says the British in me is coming back to bite me. Ruby says fatal error. Yeah, that's the theme of today. The theme of today is just fatal errors. Okay. 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 Well, what's weird is these are actually different error messages. What? Okay. No. It did something different. It's also giving me different revisions. Hang on, now it's failing on geocoder. Dimitri says, don't worry, you got this. I don't know about that. Let me go check geocoder. GitHub.com. Search. Geocoder Ruby. Phantom Glitch says, if you keep running, surely it will just be magically fixed. You say that, but it did work. Like if we look, I have Rails now. I'm only struggling with geocoder. Let's see. Let me look at the most recent release. 98 tags. Yeah, okay, it hasn't gone in yet. So the most recent release is 1.8.6 on 2025. We have a merged PR. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's a different one. We have a merged one from January 22nd, adding the street address to nominatim, and we need this change. So yeah. Ruby says if it gets fixed. Ruby says if it gets fixed magically, I would be even madder. It got fixed magically. Okay, let me try this. Come on, run the tests. Run the tests. Please run the tests. Please run the tests. Please run the tests. Oh, I have a binding.irb in here. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, I know what I'm doing here. I know what I'm doing here. I know what's happening here. Okay. Let me go to validator. Yeah, speaker exists. This one? Yeah, this one. This one. Let me comment that out. Let me just exit. Tasha says these are the worst errors. I disagree. All I had to do was run bundle install 5 times and I'm good. Random Glitch's thoughts now. Never doubt them. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna run this again without the binding.irb and everything should pass. So what I'm doing here is I'm just kind of like, yeah, Perfect. Perfect. This is exactly what I'm looking for. So this one right here with the binding IRB, this is the one that's failing. Oh, extra empty line detected at block body beginning. Fine. Get rid of it. When people say programming can't be hard, it's just logic. Yeah, it's just logic and external dependencies. Okay, so this is kind of where I was. That's good. I think the error worked though. Yeah. Do I have an error test? I bet I don't. I don't have an error test. I don't care. This should work. I could just call an error. I could just make an error. I'm gonna do that. Binrail C. Sweet. I'm gonna make a static validators error dot new. I'm gonna pass in error. I'm gonna pass in file path. And it doesn't care what my file path is. Thank you for following ZBuffer. Like, I can just make it whatever I want. I can make it data slash non-existent file dot ERB. YAML. I'll make a YAML. And then I can pass my line number. Yep, and my line number is gonna be 1. And my end line is gonna be 10. Good. Excellent. And so this is what I expected. And I can do _.2h. Yep, and that's exactly what I expect it to look like. It has my message error, my file path, my everything else. Okay. And this is if GitHub actions equals true, error, file, end line. Yep. Yeah, if GitHub actions is true, show everything. If my line number is greater than 1, then I want to show the line number. If it's 1, I don't want to show the line number because that probably means I've got like a default. Dimitrov says Ruby always makes my brain go nuts. Why is that? Because it's so pretty. You're just like, ah, so lovely. I'm so happy. I'm so glad I get to see Ruby. My brain, it's going wild. Let's see. I'm gonna look at this. Yep. Okay, this all looks good. And see, I've got this end line and I'm saying like, hey, if I've supplied the end line, put the end line. If the end line is nil, put the line. Good. Good. That's exactly what I want to see. I'm very happy with this. Okay. Next, I'm gonna do a git rm on that like validators file because I don't really want it yet. First of all, this is the wrong name, but also I don't really want this one yet. I'm just kind of like hanging on to it. Dimitro says, what is 2h? And Tausha answers, 2_h is 2 hash, which is true. Let's see. I don't think I'm actually using that anywhere yet, which is part of why I wanted to test it. And Dimitro says, it's something conventional. Yes. Copy relative path. All right, so we're gonna remove that one. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just like save this one. Can I save it? No. Ha! Ha! Now it's an untracked file. That's exactly what I wanted. Good job, me. All right, we're getting back into the swing of things. I like this. Okay, this is the one that's failing. I'm gonna uncomment this. Yes. That was just the same with 2_a for to array, 2_s for string, or 2_i for to integer, and 2_sym for to symbol. Yeah. Yeah. I think this. Yes. I think now what I want to do is I want to do the tests. These are my validators, and I want my speaker exists test up RB. I'm gonna run this, it's gonna hang on this, and then I'm gonna try and get the location. Okay, that's not good. Did I save this? I did not save this. I'm gonna save this. Do it again. Dimitrov says, I like the simplicity. In Python, we have underscore, underscore, hash, underscore, 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 int, underscore, 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 string, underscore, underscore. Tasha says, symbol. Right, I knew I forgot one. You were just leaving space for me to yes and. Okay. I'm gonna grab this line right here. I'm gonna do a quote star yank yank. That's gonna copy it into my clipboard. I'm gonna paste this. That gave me a Yerba location. Okay, what is the location dot start line? 4. And what is the location dot end line? 4. I mean, maybe that's it, but I don't know what the actual thing is. So let me look at document.toH. Okay, so this is title, a talk, speakers, unknown person, XYZZY. I like it. I dig it. So I think it's a pretty good chance this was line 4, which is promising. Was I testing this? Maybe I fixed this. Dimitrov says, what is the most amazing Ruby feature in your opinion? Something unique that only Ruby has and is a lot of value. The biggest thing about the Ruby community is the community. I think that we're like a warm and friendly and welcoming bunch. For the actual and that community is what's created like a huge number of libraries and projects and other things. Like we talk about, gosh, who was it a few minutes ago? Let's see. Oh, it's killing me. Someone a few minutes ago was talking about trying out Ruby for the first time and finding it to be incredibly fast. Part of the reason for that is there are a whole bunch of community open source projects that make it that. Oh, Ruby says monkey patch. I do kind of like monkey patching, but I only like monkey patching as like a step before upstreaming, because I think that that should be the goal. The one I was gonna list is enumerable. Hang on, this is the old version of RubyDoc. It's not this anymore. Ruby documentation site. Here we go. This is the new one. Let's see. Enumerable, if we're looking at like an actual like code thing, is the thing that I think makes Ruby the specialist. There are like a million different enumerable commands that'll chop up an array any way you want, and that are like fast and good. Like tally will find duplicates. Each cons is great when you're doing advent of code and you want to create like sets of arrays. Like, yeah, enumerable is pretty rad. I like enumerable. That's my favorite Ruby feature. Ruby says fiber and threads and process fork is cool too. There are lots of things to love about Ruby. I think it's a pretty language. Dimitros says sounds cool. I like it. You know what? That might be the thing. Ruby is a very pretty language. That might be my favorite part about it. Okay. This feels like it works. Does this work or does this not work? Because this looks like it works. You know what? I'm gonna assume that I somehow managed to successfully fix this and that I needed to apply it to this next one. Oh, is this what I'm doing? Hang on. Document index. Speakers index. Name index, if it includes the name. Oh, this is where I was. Oh, I'm overwriting index. I don't want to do that. Hang on. Video index. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Yeah, video index. Video index. And then this one is speaker index. Oh, that's very helpful. I like that. Yes. Okay. Let me try that again. Dimitro says, does this project use Sentry for tracking errors or something similar? We use AppSignal. I should probably be more on that, to be honest, but... Location? Location does not exist yet. Yeah, okay. Let me do a quote star yanking. And then paste it here. Well, that's not good. Undefined local variable or method video index. I just made it right here. I just made it. It's brand new. I just added this index. Oh. Well, why don't I have access to it? Huh. Where is my binding.irb? I don't have one. Yep, okay. Hang on. I don't have one. Exidio says, heyo, chill codes in chat. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you. I like it. Hang on. Ruby says, and DRB. That's the most fun lib ever. Wait, what is DRB? I don't think I've played with DRB before. Let me see. Ruby DRB. Distributed Object System for Ruby. Oh, you like the concurrency. Yeah, you like the concurrency. I managed to skip creating a microservice using DRB. That sounds fun. Okay. I ran all the tests, 0 of them failed, but I don't know if it's actually working. So I'm gonna come over here and do a binding.irb. Sorry. I'm trying to keep it to a minimum, but I'm definitely over here just kind of like gone. Okay, here we go. I need the location. Okay, start line 4, end line 4, that's viable. That could be true. Let me do a continue. Okay, let me do a location. Hey, thank you for following John Black GG. Welcome. Okay, 4-4. That feels good. Okay. I don't know if this is right, but it sure feels good. All right, let me try this. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to apply the same thing. Where I'm going to say talks. So what this is going to do, is this inside my video index? This is inside my video index. Okay. That's gonna be fun. Okay, let's do each with index. Each with index. Talk index. Name. Sweet. Yeah, I don't have a speaker index at this point yet. And then what I need to do is come up with this. So this is, I don't know if that's gonna work. Does that work here? That does not work here. Here, I have to do the video index speakers and the thing. So in this case, yeah, let me go ahead and do that part. And then I don't pass an end line. Let's see. HouseTube says, hey, hi. Ruby says, just write a class and expose it to other Ruby programs to execute it directly. That sounds fun. Exodideo says, microservices are great. Distributed monoliths are more common, it seems. Yeah. HouseTube says, this doesn't look like blast off the game. Wait. Is that what my Twitch says? No, I updated my Twitch. I'm sure I did. Yeah, get out of here. Hang on. I updated this. I know I did. Oh gosh, kill me. It says working on Ruby events in the thing. You know what? HouseTube, thank you very much. All right, let's do this. Working on rubyevents.org. Done. Thank you for catching that, my friend. So I played Blast Off Rails, the game, let's see, on Thursday. So Blast Off Rails is a conference in Albuquerque, June 11th through 12th. And they have a game. And it's like a Pokemon game for like Rails devs. All of the new game, etc. stuff is stored in sessions. So like, don't close your tab. Let's see. Hang on. Sounds like Erlang to me. Let's go. It's copied from Elixir. Demetrius says, I like how you paused the title creation to say explicitly thank you. So kind. Yeah. Just make sure to not expose the DRB port to the internet. This will be basically free RCE. Yeah, I don't think DRB is my favorite. I like a nice standard enumerable. Okay. I think this probably works. I should test it. I should run binlint. Hang on. So this whole thing that we're doing is affecting the validation section of binlint, but binlint is also going to run things like standard RB that's going to format, it's going to check my YAML formatting, it's going to check all that stuff. The new tool that I'm working with, Yerba, will also format YAML for us. Dimitrov says, can't the AI test it? No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes, it could write the tests. Yes, it could run the binlint, but I'm not sure it would be much faster than me running the binlint. Can write the test faster than I can, though. Bruno Bernard, KN6VT, says hello there. Hello there, KV6NT. KN6. If I could smoothly say that instead of Bruno Bernard, it would have been funny. Exudio says, binlint sounds like all that stuff you pack in bins and shove in the attic, never to see again. Yeah, you take all of your unformatted code and you shove it in the attic. That way only the nice code goes in the repository. Okay, so you see these right here. This validating event.yaml, series.yaml, cfp.yaml. This is what we're doing right now, is we're writing validators for each of these and making sure that they work. Ah, and it did not like this. Okay. Undefined method, square brackets for nil, no method error. Great. Okay. This is good information to have because it looks like our speakers need to exist. Okay. Yeah, that didn't work. Good to know. Good to know. I'm gonna make like a real example. Okay, let's do SF Ruby videos.yaml. I'm in the mood to play with SF Ruby today. Yes. Okay, and so let's add, it's already here. A secret MC. Wait, that should not be there. That's my evil code. Ugh, gosh. Oh, Bruno, you're coming over from YouTube. Hello. Dimitrov says, have fun, gotta go. It was nice singing out there. Hope I see you next time. Bye. Bruno says, coming from Laravel, I want to use Ruby or Ruby on Rails, but people always warn me about the ecosystem. Prove them wrong. What are people warning you about the ecosystem? Let's start with that. HouseTube says you can also run Rails validate all, which might be a bit faster since it only runs the validations. Thanks for the suggestion. I like it. I was running binlint partly for the... What's the word I'm looking for? Partly for the standard RB check. But thank you. Lame Kev says, hey, chill. You forgot me. I know. I am back. It was a busy month for me. How are you doing? I'm sick. I feel congested and sniffly, and like I've been wanting to lay in bed all day, and then Docker didn't work, and like I had to restart my computer, and like everything was kind of going wrong, but now it's going well. Bruno Bernard says, well, first party packages. I think we're doing a pretty good job of trying to patch that up, but you're right. A couple of companies have randomly decided that they do not want to support Ruby, but we also do a really good job as a community of patching that by having community support for those packages. And honestly, I think that that's really cool, that like if a company doesn't have first party support, someone will just step up and say like, I'll build it. Like for Facebook, at my current company, we have 2 different people who wrote gems to handle the Facebook API. Okay. I'm gonna do bin Rails. No, bin Rails C. Yes. Good job, me. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do document equals yerba dot, yes, parse file. No, yerba dot parse underscore file. Good job, Pete. Quotes here. Let me get this copy relative path. Also, I need to fix this. Okay, go in here, paste that, close this quote. Yes, there is my document. Document dot get speakers. No. What? Let's see, Bruno Bernard says, I think Ruby is a very elegant language, but I am a bit afraid to start something I won't get support on. I've discovered Ruby on Rails from Laravel, in fact, because the creator always mentions Ruby on Rails. I wouldn't be afraid. So for the past decade, I've worked professionally as a developer with Ruby on Rails, and like, I think the community is still really strong. Yeah, and I think that we're still, yeah, we're here. Bruno Bernard says, also I read some Vagrant files, didn't know it was Ruby. That's a big thing. The thing people normally talk about is like, Ruby is dying, Rails is dying. But like, there's so much Ruby out there that like people don't realize. So this is my favorite one. I'm gonna drop this link in the YouTube live chat. It's like a listing of all of these different companies that use Rails that like you wouldn't think to use it. Like here's 8 pages of ones that start with A. Stripe and Square both use it. Like, what is it? Intercom uses it. Yeah, Exudio says, I feel like Rails is a lot of black matter devs, people writing Ruby and closed source projects that are just making money. We have a lot of good, we got a lot of good open source projects too. Like this one. Okay. This is not working. I did my document parse file, I did my speakers, but it only gave me the first speaker. Okay. What if I do like this? Nothing. Okay, this, nothing. Let's go look at the documentation. Okay. github.com/yerba. Gecko marker off first. weeb. Okay. So let's look at this. Thank you for following, Black Mage. Welcome. Oh, and Exedude says Shopify. Yes, Shopify is another massive S Rails project. Bruno Bernard says, I prefer Ruby syntax over Bash, but the world decided to run over Bash. Yeah, there was a while where Mac was like using Ruby. I think they had like Ruby 2 automatically installed on your Mac, so you could rely on it being there, but... House2 says, I think you want dot speakers. Okay, let me try it. I like you, House2. We're gonna be friends. Okay, let me try this. No. Sorry, House2. Ruby says still hard to find good Ruby devs though. I don't know. There's me. I'm here. You can hire me. I'm just kidding. Phantom Glitch says Bash makes me cry. Oh my gosh. Coding with Caleb says, put it another way, what support do you actually need over the course of a year? I've very, very rarely needed active support on an issue on any dependency. Other than Svelte, I think I've only ever had 1 or 2 blocking issues in my dependencies. Well, and that comes down to the dependencies you pick, too. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. Key, nested key, selectors, get. So this is all items in an array. This is item at index. This is nested array access. So this one is literally like square brackets, speaker's name. And here's the thing. This is, you know, there's no name field. Oh, hang on. Let me get rid of these. But this is obviously referring to videos. And if I just do speakers, oh! Oh my god, it worked! Exedio says, I can't say I've ever opened an issue ever on a Ruby project. Perl, many issues. Ruby, not so much. I've got a couple open. Well, okay, I've got a couple closed. I had the geocoder one. I had the Psych Pure one, which closed in less than 24 hours. And then there's a new one I have to open up on Tapioca. Ruby says, please don't ban me, but my company is looking to hire 1 dev, but from Brazil. Tropical on Rails, good place to ask in that Discord. Ruby says, not my company. Bruno Bernard says, it's refreshing you're not vibe coding. Right now, vibe coding kills the enthusiasm of coding. Vibe coding became a drug slot machine. Yeah, I do a little bit of AI assisted development, but I'm very much in control the whole time and reviewing all of the results. HouseTube says, oh wait, square brackets dot speakers or square brackets dot speakers square brackets. I guess I'm confusing my own syntax. So this appears to have worked. I'm gonna try this one out. Exidideo says, vanilla Rails devised Dryer B sidekick, really potent and stable combos. Absolutely. And that's one of the things, is like if you're working with an edge stack, you're probably gonna open more issues, but you're gonna have more support. And if you're working with like a stable stack, you're just not gonna have to open them. Coding with Caleb says, right, but no matter what language, it's important to be wise about your dependencies and picking ones that seem well tested and seem to have a healthy issue tracker. Yeah, and I feel like in Ruby there's plenty of those. Ruby says, I found an issue on Rails once. It got fixed in 1 day and got the dev mad because the use case for the bug was dumb. What? The idea that like the dev got mad, they still fixed it in a day is pretty funny. Okay, let me look at this. So here's Secret MC. So these are all of the speakers. Here's what I want to check. I want to see if I have the sub speakers too, maybe. Yeah, Coding with Caleb says link please, and I think I want to see that one too. Like drop it in the Discord. Let's see. Phantom Glitch says, I'd love to not be working in Python right now. Any other language, but not Python. You could give Ruby a try. But why not Python? I feel like Python's pretty good. Anxiousvideo says, I feel the same way about Rails' stability and longevity as .NET, Laravel, or Next.js. Definitely. Brenda says, trust me, and just say, hello, Mariana and Laya. Hello. Here's me hoping somebody didn't just steal my face for AI. Should probably not be that trusting. All right, let me go to the lightning talk section. And I'm gonna make a fake lightning talk here. There we go. Speakers, Peter Phillips. I'm gonna rename these like error user. Thank you for following Lucatelli, welcome. Phantom Glitch says I've spent 27 months working in Python and I'm starting to get Python fatigue. I feel like that's a good time to just poke around with another language and like build something fun. Okay. Error user. Great. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm also gonna change secret MC to error user so I remember to delete that one. I like how mentally I was like, oh, there was a secret MC at this thing. And there's Brittany Springer right there. And I'm like, okay, never mind me. Error user. Let's see. Phantom Glitch says, once I get done with uni, I'm gonna go look at Ruby just because I think it's really pretty. It's really pretty. I like it a lot. Ah, and Ruby dropped the link. Let's see. House Tube says, Exegete, how can you say Next.js and stability longevity in the same sentence? Tick says, I mostly use VS Code. I see there is a JetBrains IDE for Rails. RubyMine is good or VS Code is enough? I like using VS Code. VS Code is enough. Also, Tux, you were the person who was trying out Ruby on Rails. Okay. I spent 18 years writing Perl. Certainly need a break from time to time, but getting that T-shaped knowledge is worth it. Yeah, T-shaped knowledge. Have y'all heard this? You have like a broad base of knowledge that's like really shallow, and then you go really deep on one topic. Extrudo says House Tube. The framework will be around for a long time. It has big companies behind them. I think it probably will. Okay, hang on. Let's see this. Upgrading from Rails 7.0.4.3 to 7.0.5 causes active record models with serialized parameters to break since the data sent to the serializer on 7.0.5 is now being passed to deep dupe before being sent to the serializer. And this makes active record objects passed inside the parameters to lose attributes. This was changed on this commit. Example of a case that this change is causing problems. Oh, I love that you have a script. Including like an error script is my favorite. Okay. Expected behavior. Calling notification.aware params comment last should not raise since the data variable on dummycoder.dumpData method will have an ID. This was the behavior on Rails 7.0.4.3. Actual behavior. Alright, this change has been introduced in this. Not an elegant solution, but can work on a case-by-case basis. Passing test case. Okay, so this won't be easy to fix. The problem is specific to this instance because this doesn't copy the primary key on purpose, which means deep dupe should probably be a deep clone, but object.deepClone doesn't exist, and I'm sure adding it is quite justified. Oh, I'm not sure. That said, I think we could avoid that deep dupe for serialized columns as long as we cache the serialized result and not the source object. It's very weird. If I removed this, it test still passed, but it was clearly failing at the time, so something else must have changed since then. I backported a fix. Nobody is annoyed with you. I feel like we were promised drama and it has not happened. TM2TT redeem stretch. Oh gosh. Okay, we're gonna do a sitting exercise. We're gonna do a chest stretch. This stretch is good for your posture. You want to sit upright away from the back of the chair. Pull your shoulders back and down and extend your arms out to the side. Gently push your chest forward and up until you feel a stretch across your chest. Please do this for me. Please do this with me. It's good for you. Okay, you ready? Stretch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release. Deep breath in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and release. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and release. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and release. Long one this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and release. Oh my god, I feel tired. I feel tired. My arms are tired. Bruno Bernard says, what about Zed? I have not used Zed. If you have opinions of Zed in the chat, please let me know. Okay, let's see this. Exudidio says, I really like RubyMine plus IdeaVim. Go-to definition is really good and fast in huge projects, but editors' IDEs are such a personal choice. Ergonomics are hard to prescribe. I like that. Ergonomics are hard to prescribe. That needs to be like stitched onto like a little pillow or something. Tasha says, it depends on which editor you are comfortable with. I use IntelliJ with the Ruby plugin from JetBrains, but when I was still on Windows, it got to its limits while working on GitLab and I had to switch to VS Code for that. It worked, but it wasn't my favorite. Yeah. And then Phantom Glitch about the Perl. I picked Python for my university project because of its simplicity and convenience. I'd love to get more of a TT knowledge base. I like Python for prototyping, but as a cyber student, I should know the C-suite better. Oh, Ruby says it's in a comment inside the patch. Kenneth BA says cats! I have 2 cats. This one is Ruby. This one is Pearl. Let's see. And then Exegete says, C, Rust, and Zig are certainly worth exploring. Manual memory management is not where I like to work, though. To each their own. Majestic Max says, why stretch when I can just complain to my doctor about my back problems? Because then you don't have to complain to your doctor about your back problems. Okay, hang on. Okay. This is absolutely terrible. No one should ever do this. Yeah. Fair enough. Phantom Glitch says, also I'm having to do data science and AI right now, so that's painful. Maybe stretching will help. Bruno Bernard says, real coders use Notepad++. Actually, I did use Notepad++ way back. Coding with Club says, I mean, in fairness, why on earth were you doing that? Because someone has to. Someone has to do it so the rest of us don't have to. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna have to call the document thing again. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna parse file, and then I'm gonna get this one. Okay, let me look. There's error user, but error user only shows up once. So I think we need, hang on, dot talks, dot speakers, maybe? Disgruntled Dev says, hello, haven't gotten one of your notifications in a while. Yeah, so I went to Tropical on Rails at the beginning of the month. I went to Blue Ridge Ruby at the end of the month. On Thursday, I did a stream where I played Blast Off Rails. But yeah, I think also, oh, that's right. I need to tell you about the thing that Twitch does. Hang on. We're going to use PushCX's profile as a thing. Okay. Let's use PushCX. Here is my friend PushCX, the only other Rubyist on Twitch. He works on lobsters. Okay, so I want you to look right here where it says notification preferences. There's always, personalized, and go live only. So if you do go live only, it'll send you a notification every time I go live. Always is gonna send you a short on the rare month that I decide to release one funny clip. Personalized is what Twitch has defaulted you to. So if you have not changed this setting, you are probably on personalized with the little star. And that means Twitch is going to decide when you get notifications about my channel based on everything that's going on and what Twitch thinks you want to watch. I don't like this. I think that if I hit the bell, I want the bell. Don't decide when the bell's gonna come or not. Anyway. Let's see. Phantom Glitch says, not a massive fan of memory management, but knowing how to read complex C and C adjacent languages can be very useful for things like malware analysis. I enjoyed learning Rust. Ruby says, real coders add mem leaks in prod. Bruno Bernard says, gotta go. Subscribed on YouTube. Thanks, it's very late here. Thanks for dropping by and thanks for the chats. Dausha says, who needs notifications when there's a stable schedule? Yeah, I only go missing like 50% of my streams. I do show up when I'm available. When I show up every time. Disgruntled Dev says, that's absolutely horrible. I'm gonna assume you're talking about the fact that Twitch took away your notifications without telling you, and yes, it is. Okay. Oh, check this out. It worked. It worked. It didn't work. Oh no. Wait, no, this isn't what I need. Is this what I need? No, wait, no, hang on. No, I don't think this is. Okay. Coding with Caleb says, I don't get this. I already personalized the notifications and asking for them to always be sent to me. Why else did I follow? Well, and the funny part is like you can follow and not get notifications. But that makes sense because sometimes like I can turn on follower only chat. So maybe that's what you're doing. I don't know. Anyway, well, and then there's like, I'm on desktop. If you're like watching Twitch on your desktop, which I know half of you are, it's like, you even using the notifications? Do you even get them? Anyway. There's also notifications coming through my Discord, but it takes forever. Coding Clip says, right, there's that option too, but what is this unhinged between setting? Yeah. Twitch just decides whether or not you want to get them. Okay. Let me back up. So I mentioned that what I was doing is I'm trying to put GitHub Actions annotations on everything. I currently have the speaker names, but the problem is I don't need the speaker names. What I actually need is these locations, and I don't think that gets me this. I think if I do .first.location, it's gonna give me a no method error. Man, HouseTube is a real expert in Ruby events. Take a look at the speakers file class. It should have the selectors for the sub talks. All right, let me try that. Let me go into the speakers file. Okay, let's see. Document.get, alias's name. No names. Okay, here are all reference names. Talks, alternate recording speakers, talks, alternate recording speakers. Video name selectors, flat map, Yerba collection, get, videos, glob selector, involvement users. Okay, so these are all possible names that could be included. There's the missing speakers. HouseTube says, sorry, it's Marco with my alt since I'm on the go. I figured out that you were Marco when you were like, I think I know what the key for this is. But I was like, are you here undercover? Well, now I know if like HouseTube drops in, I'll be like, that's Marco's alt. He's hiding from everybody else right now, I guess. Coding with Caleb says, I wonder if it's a cost optimization to try and avoid sending notifications for less active accounts. Probably. Phantom Glitch goes, Marco! I thought that's why you were being... Anyway, I was gonna ask you afterwards and be like, hey, was that you? Because that person was a real expert review this, and this tool that you have not yet released to the public. Okay, let me look at this. So this is orphaned entries. Missing speakers. Document concat. Duplicate slugs. Duplicate GitHubs. Orphaned entries. All reference names. Document get value. Okay. No, this isn't... I want the ones from the talks. So like these are the selectors. Let me go check if, hang on. This is what I want. Yeah, so this is a string. If I do, if I do this though, is it gonna give me the nodes instead? Oh, I have a dot. Let's get rid of the dot. Okay, hang on. This is promising. This is promising. Phantom Glitch says the dramatic fear was fantastic. HouseTube says my bad. It's really annoying to switch accounts on mobile. No, it's really funny. Yeah. Phantom Glitch says next project, Chael fixes Twitch mobile. If they made it open source, I wouldn't have to. Somebody else would do it. Let's see. HouseTube says you can use document at path selector and it gives you the nodes. Okay, but why can I use this? Is at path the same thing as the square brackets? I feel like I'm getting used to the square brackets. First. Location. Good, okay. No, that doesn't seem right. No, that's not right. No, that's not right. Hang on. I'll try at path. At path. No, that's not right either. Let me see, what is the first node? See, the first node is a sequence selector. And if I call value, it's just an empty array. Oh, hang on. Do I have to go like further in to find it? Do I have to go to like, I don't know, like what's the 10th one? Nil. What? Nil? Hang on. There are more than 10 talks in this file. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 is Takashi Kokubun. Let's see. Oh, maybe you need to leave out the last bracket in the selector. Okay, let me try that. Let me first of all just call this document at path. That's not promising. Yeah, I didn't find anything. See, if I include this, it definitely finds some stuff. Wait, why are there so few? What document is this? Document. SF Ruby videos. Yes, SF Ruby 2025 videos. That's right. It was in November. It was 2025. Why are there only 5? Oh, there's 5 lightning talks. There's 5 lightning talks. Huh. There's 5 batches of lightning talks. So it is finding the lightning talks. Okay. First. This is a sequence. Where are they empty? Also, I think you need Tausha's index 0 through 5 or 6 videos though. Index 0 through 5 or 6 videos though. Oh, maybe there's 6. There's like a lot of lightning talks. Hang on. They're called demos. Yeah, here's session 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, there's 5. No, there's 5. Did they do lightning talks too? No. I don't want this. No, go away. Lightning. No? Ah, hang on. Talks. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's some very inconvenient math, Tausha. That's some very inconvenient math. What? Where are there 6? What? Okay, hang on. We're gonna try talks. It's still empty. Get all of them. Okay, 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 okay. We have a lot of these now. Why? Okay. Okay. Huh. Why is only one of them populated? I mean, 25 is probably how many talks there are. There are a lot of lines in here. I can't count all these. I don't have to count all these. I can go to the actual site. Haha. Let me go over here. Last year. Yeah, November. Talks. 28. 28. 28. And when I didn't include this, it didn't have the speakers. HouseTube says, I think that would be 25 speakers over all sub-talks. They're all here, though. Let me go look at 18. I'm just gonna look at what 18 is. Oh, wait, I know what this is. I know what this is. There's this weird thing that I saw where, like, if there's only one speaker, it doesn't show them in the array. Because it's a sequence, and it doesn't show that it's a scalar. Yes. If there's only one, no, that doesn't make sense, because there's the intro one with, and there should be more than these. I can definitely show that that's that, though. See, because there's error user. If I add error user to all of these, well, I won't even add it to all of them. I'll just add it to some. All right, let me go get the document. Document. Oh, see? All of those are now showing. And if you put a square bracket at the very end. Okay. Gone. Nothing. What if I remove it from talks? Nothing. Oh, and if I remove it, okay. Nothing. And if I remove this one, and I remove this one, nothing. So back in. No, okay. No, this is confusing. This is confusing. Let me get the first one. This is a Yoruba sequence selector. Do you have a value? It's an empty array. Do you have a location? It's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Jenny says, hello. I know you already got this question a few times today, but what are you building? So I am part of the Ruby events team, which means that we work on this project called Ruby Events, and its goal is to index all Ruby events. Yay! So far we've gotten 760 events and over 10,000 talks from 4,300 speakers. Today what I'm working on is our validations for the data that we store and we use. So what I've done is I've got these validators that break out like all of the different validations that we used to have in a massive rig task. And it runs them against like a particular file as long as that file matches the pattern name. And right now what I'm trying to do is I'm using this tool called Yearbot, and I'm trying to get the location of an unknown speaker. That way I can put the error message on the actual speaker. HouseTube says it could very well be a bug, to be honest. It's kind of why I didn't want to release it yet. And Jenny says use an index. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. Let's try an index. All right, so we're gonna do document at path, speakers 0, and we'll see if we can get a location out of that. And it says no, that's an array. That's an array. That's an array. Jenny says, nice. I never worked before in Ruby. I'm also a developer, but more of a Python and Laravel and JavaScript one. Oh, fun. Coding with Caleb says, is this using a YAML file as a database and this is a language to pick properties out of it? So this is a gem that will parse a YAML document and get information from it. And what we're doing is we're storing all of our data inside of, let me go find it, inside of this data folder. So for example, the one that I was looking at just now, come on, go away. There we go. Is this videos.yaml one. So we've got the CFP, the event, the involvements, the schedule, sponsors, venue, videos, and the series. So it's everything to do with this SF Ruby event. And what I'm trying to do is build validations for these files. We take these files and we import them using seed files into the database, and the database is what we use to run the actual app. So at this point, this is really just like a YAML parsing library. HouseTube says it's kind of like JQ for YAML if you're familiar with JQ for JSON. And right now, it doesn't like me. It's not my friend. I feel like we got the first one though. So let me try getting that one. Was it? Let me go back in time a little bit. We were trying at path for a while. We were trying document for a while. Hang on, we did this. Not that one. This one. Yes, so this is all of the speakers, but unfortunately this isn't all of the lightning talk speakers. So if I do at path speakers, I now have selectors. Okay. And then if I do dot value, no. If I do values at, no. If I do map and colon value, not quite. Conan Clip says, makes sense, very handy. Yes. Phantom Glitch says, oh, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned yet, but I just got my project working in its functional demo state. Just need to polish a few edge cases and build in some machine learning models to better analyze the incoming alerts. Exciting! Tausha says, there is YQ for YAML if you want it as a CLI tool. Phantom Glitch says, I'm getting extra marks for using YAML over JSON, so thank you for that suggestion the other month. Yay! Jenny says, is it gonna work? It seems like an array or a JSON parser. Yeah, so this is a YAML parser. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to take a look, come on, at this file. And what I wanna do is I wanna get these speakers and all of these speakers and check if they're valid. And if they're not, I want to put an error on them. That's what I want to do. House Tube says, Tasha, I think YQ cannot write and operate on globs, I think. Good question. Good question. Not one I know the answer to. So this is... And then they're missing. Maybe this is like getting them all. Let me try 0. No, you didn't like that. What if I tried that? You didn't like that either. Yes. Oh, hang on. Let me get rid of this. Add this back. Ah ha ha ha! Okay. 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 Jenny says speaker is 0. Can you put something like this? Maybe it's gonna work. Maybe it is gonna work. It sure looks like it is working because that's what I just tried. And it's working. Maybe. Well, I don't think it's the first one. Let's see. Unstable Dea says YAML is vastly superior and vastly more complex than JSON. Coding with Gilip says, I still struggle to prefer YAML or TOML over JSON. JSON is simple, has one way of doing things, and is obvious when it's wrong. Jenny says, good job! Yes! Tasha says, I really wouldn't want to write Kubernetes manifests or GitLab pipelines in JSON. Phantom Glitch says, for my use case of storing basic client configs, it's not too difficult and integrated really easily, but my supervisor said it's a good use of an alternate method as YAML is easier to read over JSON. Excellent. Okay. So I've selected this one. I've got all of the first ones. So I'm gonna do like each do Piperonis, Scholar. And then I'm gonna put, what am I gonna put? Scholar dot value puts. Yeah, I'm gonna puts. Do curly braces. There we go. Curly braces. Scholar dot location dot start line. That's probably it, maybe. I'm gonna do an end. Go! Yay! Why are you nil? Why are you nil? Are there no speakers? There's no speakers. But... Unstable Deo says, JSON is easier to read in its simple usage, but you can specify types in YAML if you need them. Are we... We've managed to avoid the Python versus Ruby versus PHP wars. Instead, we're falling into a new one, JSON versus YAML. That is so funny to me. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna try... Okay, so this has the values that I need. I'm gonna add like a dot here and see if that does not help with this undefined value nil. Tasha says, one thing that bothers me about JSON is that JSON has no concept of comments without some of the extensions that got created, like JSON C and JSON 5. We really... We have successfully avoided all of the which scripting language is best wars, but which config language is best? Oh, y'all are funny. Okay. Undefined method valued for nil. Okay, what if I just do like this? No, come back. No, come back. Go. Undefined method start line for nil. No, I put the, oh, I need to do all of them. Okay. So what if I do this? Okay. I've got these nil ones, and then it looks like I've got 32, 33, 34. Oh, we all know that you should write your configs in XML. Do you ever actually write comments in YAML though? Okay, legit, I started getting into PsychPure because I really wanted comments in YAML. Like, you picked the wrong person to have that discussion with because we're currently using comments to track our to-dos. Let's see, correct, the creator, that's table data. Correct, the creator of JSON chose to remove commenting to prevent processing extensions, but people just created different JSON extension languages instead. Y'all are silly. Hang on, I'm gonna run a poll. Look, I'm gonna make this real easy. Which config language is best? And we'll go YAML. JSON, XML. All right, now let you spend some votes. I'm sorry for those of you on Twitch. I only know how to do polls in, I'm sorry for those of you on YouTube. I only know how to do polls on Twitch. Which is okay, because it looks like those are the people who are fighting. Okay. So this works. And then I just need to go through until there are no more. HouseTube says Toml. I knew I should have put Toml up there, but I thought you'd be happy with the XML option. Coding with Caleb says, from the sounds of it, there will be just one vote of JSON from me. I am not deciding. I'm not voting. That's all up to y'all. You have channel points, right, Coding with Caleb? I left the option to make multiple votes with channel points. Okay. What happens if I go through here and I'm like, hey, speakers 1. Oh, interesting. What? It cut out the rest of them. Why are there these nil ones? That's so weird. That's so weird. How many should I check? Should I check like 10? Phantom Glitch says, I saved my points for this very case. Coding with Caleb says, that feels like cheating. That sounds like losing. I think it's probably too late anyway. Phantom Glitch says, I'm not saying nothing. Coding with Caleb says, I'd rather have cat attention time than die defending the objectively correct config language. Hang on. I'd rather have cat attention time than die defending the objectively correct config language. I don't have the same accent. I can't manage the... Wow, okay, so unsurprisingly from the group that is here for, whatchamacallit, for Ruby events, YAML has won. YAML has won with 6 votes and 55% of the vote. XML walked away with 36% and 4 votes, and JSON did get just 1 vote. And that puts to death the entire debate about which is the best config language according to this channel. It's YAML. All right, let's see. Now this is empty. Oh, I can just go until it's empty? I can just go until it's empty. Go to the games. Who could have seen that coming? I don't know. Actually, I did not know how that was gonna go. Okay. Let me go to this. Each with index. Video index. let me go. I'm gonna add like a third one, error user. Let me go all the way up to the top. We're gonna put an error user on 3. Okay, here we go. Document at path, each scalar value, scalar location, start line. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be a pain. I really just need this one. Yeah, I don't need all of it. This gets me my values. Okay, I'm gonna go up to the top. And I'm gonna say like, hey, document at path. And I'm gonna say index. Come up here and do index equals 0. And then I'm gonna get speakers. And then I'm gonna do something like, well, speakers. God, what's the opposite of nil? What's the opposite of empty? What is the opposite of empty? Full, present, presence, any, blank, unless. Can I do like unless nil? God, it's not unless. What is it? Ugh. I'm just gonna do a while, and then I'll fix it later. Empty. One of you is gonna help me with this. I know you are. One of you is gonna remember how this thing works. No. Plus equals 1. End. Okay. Well, don't use parentheses around the condition of a while. You're so rude. Okay. Can I do like a do while? Tasha says, would we want to start the war about YAML versus YAML? Phantom Glitch says there's a difference. Not the way I say it. Okay, so here's my speakers document at path. And then I want to do unless. No, I want to do speakers.each. Speakers.each with index, maybe? Yeah, sure. Nope, that's not what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, give me this stuff. That is the stuff. Yeah. Unless known names includes. For this one, we want. So this is gonna be speaker. I don't need the speaker index this time. I don't need the with index. Instead, I'm gonna do speaker.value. Yeah, .2s. Phantom Glitch says one is YAML and one is YML. Tausha says, as far as I know, YAML is what the creator initially intended, but YAML is what has become more commonly used. Phantom Glitch says, where is the A in YAML? Hang on, YAML ain't markup language. So without the A, it's just YAML markup language, which is much less fun. What is this? Why would I want my parentheses all the way out there? Ugh. It'll be right there. Okay. Then my location is gonna be speaker and dot location. speaker and dot value. Yeah, I don't think we need the 2s. Unless known names include speaker dot value. The location is speaker dot location, and then we add the error for this one with the file path and everything else. Yeah. Now someone please help me with while speakers dot empty. How, like, why are y'all talking about YAML when you could be telling me what this method is supposed to be? Hold the phone. YAML is a paradox because you used an acronym in the acronym. Yes. There's a special name for it. It was very popular for a while. Again, what is the opposite of empty? These are more comments about YAML. It's not full. Is it any? I bet it's any. Hang on. It's any. Have you tried changing the file extension to YAML? It might help with finding your method. And HouseTube says, I think it's yet another markup language. See, yet markup language doesn't work. But also, I know all of you know the answer to any. Why are you still talking about YAML? My chat terrorizes me. Okay, speakers.each. Where's your end? You don't have an end. I'm gonna give you an end. This is your end. Can I do doesn't include? Coding with Caleb says, I believe it would be any. If you didn't already have a VIP, I would have given you a VIP for answering that. Okay, so while speakers.any. And let me double check that. Yep. I'm just gonna do this, and it's gonna be silly, but I'm gonna do it. Yes, perfect. Phantom Glitch says the opposite of empty is full. If it's not full, you should feed it. Malnutrition is a serious issue. You don't have to be full. You can eat like half a sandwich and be like, I'm good for now. Also, no VIP for you because full isn't a real one. HouseTube says, so is the array half empty or half full? I would say it's half full. It's half full. But also that was very witty. Okay. I think this should work. Do I want to just comment this one out? I think I do. Yeah, I don't need any of this right now, theoretically. And you know what? This doesn't work, so I'm gonna comment this one out. Okay. Let me quit. Okay. Wait, I didn't have to do that. I have validators now. Damn it. Coding with Caleb says, looking it up, it's not quite right. Nil, comma, false, dot, any equals false. I think I do want that. Sorry equals true. I've got a bit of a new glasses headache, so I'm gonna cut myself some slack. No, nil false is fine because I'm looking for names. HouseTube says checks for truthy values. I think we're good. It's got names. Okay. Let me remember this. Okay, static validator speaker exists, and then static : validators : speaker exists. Good job. Dot new parentheses. And then, is that right? Yeah, new, and then file path. And this is where we put the sfruby file path. And then I just want dot errors. Good job, me. Yes, this one. Copy relative path. Okay. Okay. Go! What? No! Ah! Hang on. I thought we... Well, speakers done any. Hang on. I know this one. I got it. It's a do well. Phantom Glitch says we got very off topic here. Chat, back to Yaml. You got on topic. It's a do well. We do a do and a wow. Speakers dot any. Why are you not it's a do well, right? Oh no, am I doing Java again? Do and wow. Do and wow? Why would I do a do and wow? That's some weird nonsense. It's not happy with that. Hang on. Ruby, do wow. Yeah, is there a do wow? Wow not blah 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 blah. And a do wow. Thank you for following, Salandria. Welcome. The begin end while is rejected. Kernel.loop. Loop do end break if condition. Begin end while. As per the linked mail, he said he was regretting me. Begin end while. Begin end while. House Tube says you can put the while at the top too. I don't think I can because I need to call speakers. BSAP says isn't recommended. Matt says to just do a loop do block. I don't want to do a break if. Would probably look better. But I don't want to. I want to do a begin end while. This is so rude, Standard. This is so rude. Break if speakers.nil. Well, now I don't need the any. BSAP says, well, you can just disable this cop. It's standard. You're not allowed to disable them. You can only disable them with Rubicop. Coding with Caleb says if only standard was configured with JSON. I thought JSON was so easy that you didn't need any cops for it. BSAP says unless you're using standard. Oh. Also, I like how you were like, look, that isn't recommended. Matt says to just use loop do block. And then you swap around and you're just like, oh, you're using standard. No. No, but I just want... It's fine. I'll put up with it. Oh, this is the right audience for this. Okay. House Tubes is gonna have to switch to KDL. What's KDL? Oh, no, wait. I do. That's a real one. Hang on. That's a real error, and I can fix that. I can fix that if I can just find my dang... Okay, here it is. Name. Okay, hang on. You. Speaker.value. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, no, wait. Come on. Come on. Please. Okay, it's running. What was I saying? I forgot. And most sniffly. Another markup language, kdl.dev. Alright, let me see this. Dasher says if we want to have the worst of both YAML and JSON, we can use camel. What is camel? Okay, camel. Let's see. Phantom Glitch says one day we will have a standardized way of writing if, while, and for loops, so you don't have to ask, is this Java? Yeah, I did ask, is this Java? Cuddly document language. Can we just take a minute? Is this Camel? Like, is this the actual Camel site? No, this is Camel. Alright, I just want to take a minute to recognize the difference between Tausha and HouseTube. Tausha's like, we could use Camel, and it's like blue block, bold here, all text. They don't even put colors. Colors aren't allowed in Camel. Then we go over here to HouseTube's choice. KDL, it's a cuddly document language, and it's all pastel. It's a small, pleasant document language with XML-like node semantics. I should have expected the XML. These are long lists. These are both long. Actually, this is pretty short now that I think about it. Oh yeah, they're over here. Oh, this one has a tool. That's pretty fancy. But I don't have any text here to test. Is this just for Kubernetes? Oh, I can do YAML to camel. Hang on. What, did it run? It is still running. The fact that it's still running is a little concerning to me. You know, having this loop do break if, that is a, oh shoot. Hang on, this is never gonna be true. I need this to be empty. This is what loop do does to you. I wouldn't have had this problem if I were just, oh my god, let me close this. Yeah, we gotta quit. No, you're all done. You're all done. We have to open a new process. Come on. Oh, it's so fast. Good job. Okay. All right, let's check this out. Okay. Blank speaker is not found in speakers.yaml. I don't want these. And this is like line end line. Where is this user from? Okay, but here's 34 in error user. Let's go check this. I want you to be like half size. Let me go over here. Where's 34? There's 34. Hey, it's error user. Didn't I put an error user up here? I did. Okay, so we're looking for one at 34 and 18. Okay, here's all these missing speakers, and they just go on like the top level. I don't want those. 18. There's 18. 34 and 18. Phantom Glitch says camel is the way it is because it was designed for Kubernetes, and the developers are allergic to design. Flawless. Alright. A. Control C. Alt Tab. Excuse me. That was gross. I'm sorry. Oh. Where's the rest of the values? Why? No, I don't like that. Why are these all here? What? Why are these? What are you doing? Where are the rest of the values? What is this? Coding a cube looks like JSON. Why are there only IDs? Does it start with like an index of values and then you come down to the bottom and it does the actual values? No. It just missed half of it. Look, if they can't handle all of the values, let me go look at this. Yeah, it didn't take all of them. Oh, maybe it had trouble with this. Maybe it doesn't like convert. No, it just didn't take like it. No. Coding with Caleb says looks like JSON. Phantom Glitch says looks like JSON writes like YAML. Hell on earth. Why didn't it take all the values? Oh, somebody sent a message to me on Twitch. I'll have to check that out later. Okay, I need to make sure that I deal with these whole missing speakers situations. Okay, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna say like name equals speaker dot value. And I'm gonna say next unless name present. Yeah. Oh, I can do that. Yeah. Look. Next, unless the name is present and it's included in the known names. Good job, me. Perfect. Then, if it's not present, no, wait, that's the opposite of what I want. Wait. Next. Hang on. I got this. Next, if the name is blank, or if known names includes the name. There we go. Whew. Okay. Yes. And then if it's still not there, then we'll get the location. And we can just put name. Like we had before. Good. Okay. Quit. I know I could do like a reload, but I don't have to. It doesn't take that long to boot up. Aw. Unexpected end. That's right. I don't need this anymore. How many lines is this? There's like 4 lines, 5 lines, 6 lines, 7 lines. There we go. 7 lines. Okay, now we're gonna quit. Now we're gonna run this again. I'm so good. I'm so happy. I'm so good. Look what I did. Look what I did. These are so good. And they're little errors. And then they're gonna do annotations. And it's gonna be so nice. It's gonna be so good. Now I just have to do the other one. Why is this so hard? I don't want to do this. This is hard. This is hard. I don't want to do hard things. Why do I even want these as the same validator if I'm parsing through the document twice? I guess I'm parsing through the document as many times as I need this index. Now I have to go do the thing. Okay, let's try this. Document equals yerba dot parse file. Coding with Caleb says you got this, Chael. Thank you. I can do hard things. That's what Miss Rachel says. I'm just gonna steal all of the things that Miss Rachel and Steve from Blue's Clues says and just like say them to myself until I believe them. Alright. You need to stop teasing so much. Alright, hang on. Let's try this. Document dot get path. Yeah, no, at path. At path. And then we're gonna do quotes. Empty block. Dot. Talks. Dot. Speakers. Square brackets. Close. Close. I got 4. I'm gonna put a 0 in there. What? No. I'm gonna put a square bracket in there. Heh. Okay, maybe. Gonna take the square bracket out. I still have like 27. Why do I have 27? Okay, let me try this. 0. I feel like the 0 worked last time, and I feel like it does not work this time, maybe? I don't know. Let me try like a 1. Oh, now I only have... I'm still not getting the scalars. How did I get the scalars last time? I got the scalars doing this. I thought that worked last time. But this time it's just giving me arrays. Let me go, I'm gonna look at the videos file. I'm gonna find my error user that I'm trying to find. Tom Wheeler, Sam Potter, Sarah May, Opie Fernandez, Carmen Paulino. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. We got 2 error users in here. We have 1 for the step. We have 3. We have 3. So what this is it's square brackets for the video. And then it's talks. And then it's speakers. And then it's that value. Okay. Square bracket, talks, speakers. It gives me like nils. But it gives me 5 nils, which is the correct number of talks. This is so weird. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hang on. There's 25 demos. There are 25 demos. There's 25 demos. There's 25 demos. There's 25 demos, which is why I have 25 of these. So I do want talks with the square brackets, because that is all of my demos, because it's 25, because it's 0 and 24. Okay. But why is it giving me a scalar? Or why is it giving me a sequence instead of a selector? Does it matter? Also, what's this one? What is this Peter Phillips, Wyatt Adds, Bart DeWater, Chamaud Kamaj, and Sam Lampert? This is the one where I have the multiple ones, but it looks like it's getting sub-talks, sub-speakers. There'd be 26 speakers. There would be 26 speakers if I was getting each speaker. So this is the number of talks. So I need to find Peter Phillips. Peter. Yeah. I know you're here, but like, what is happening up here? Video provider children, that's not gonna affect things. Why just this one? Is it because some of them have values set? No, maybe? You know what? Values. No, values at. Undefined method values for instance of an array. Values at. So, square brackets, talk, square brackets, speakers. Hang on, I need to look at this again. When I did this before, I did square bracket. That got all the videos. Then I said, give me all of the speakers. And then I went through them index by index by index. Now I'm saying, get me all the videos. Get me all of the talks. Do I have to put a 0 there? That gets me nil, 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 nil. Do I have to pick the video? I could try that. I could try picking the video. This is so weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, what if I try this? 18. Oh, I got a value. I got a value. And it is a scalar. It is a scalar. But it's not like I can iterate through all of the talks and all of the talks, all of the videos and all of the talks and all of the speakers. What happens if I do this? So that works. Peter Phillips and error user. Okay. Wyatt aids an error user. That gives me a sequence instead of a scalar. Can I iterate through the sequence to get the scalars? Fixture monosis can be annoying. Yeah, it's fighting me. It's fighting me. Can I go through the sequence to get the scalars? Insert, delete, remove, rename, move key, sort keys. Plain single double, blank lines, directives, output, yerba file, parse file, parse. From a file path or a string. I love this. I love this. Hang on. Get it at a path. Use bracket notation to get typed wrapper objects, scalar, map, or sequence representing nodes in the document. These are live references. Mutations flow back to the document. You can use a full dot path in a single bracket call or chain brackets to navigate one level at a time. The chaining bracket thing causes nils if the video's file is empty. Database host value quote style. Okay, scalar.value, scalar.quote style in their location. That to me is more important. Modify values in place. Set a matching node. Set all matching nodes at once with all true. Insert new keys with positional control. Work with sequences using familiar Ruby patterns. Can I do like an each for each sequence? I can do a find by. I can do this for scalars. Okay, operate on multiple files matching the glob pattern. Saving, building from source. Okay, let's go look at the sequence. Sequence, where are you? Yerba. Sequence. Fixture mono says, each. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay, so this calls the selector. Concat. Here's the each. Enum for each. Length.times. Yield self index. So can I do Okay. Dot each do pipe pipe. I don't know what this is. It's a sequence. Okay. Sequence dot each do pipe pipe. I don't know. Something. Puts something. End. Does not seem to have benefited me much. It's still a sequence. Can I call a sequence again? Each do. This is the sequence. For each, but I'm calling each. Why is it not putsing anything? Okay, I'm gonna put like little quotes around this. Something, colon. Then I'm gonna put yes. Go. Not there. There. Ah, it did a thing. Okay, it's still a sequence. It's fewer sequences. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sequences. Why are there 8 sequences? Okay, well let's try that again. So you are also a sequence. So let's call this sequence 2. Yeah, because these original ones are all sequences, and then these are sequences. Some of these are empty. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why are there 8? I don't understand this. There's no 8s. Okay, now I'm gonna do sec2 dot each do. And I'm gonna say something. And I'm going to avoid indenting using my arrow keys. Nope, I wanted to keep that actually. Yeah. Then I'm going to put an end here. Okay. That's still a sequence. You're still a sequence. I want a scalar. Length dot times index yields index. Where pluck. This is get value. Indices of. Index of. Not useful. Not useful. Document get selector. Scalar items is an array and not scalar items empty. Scalar items dot length. If this is an array, data dot length, data dot length, first, last. Remove, delete at, delete if, sort, delete, value, 2A, 2EMO. Inspect. Oh. These are both sequences. Well, that makes sense. This is the sequence. And then these are all private methods. So that's no good for me. Well, now why do I have more of these? Oh, because it didn't puts anything. Why did it puts anything? Are all those sequences empty? Can I do value? Value? Okay, I can, but it doesn't do anything. It looks like it just returns the document at path, which makes sense because there's nothing here. Puts. Nothing. I mean, I can get it to work if I do document at path 18 dot talks 0 dot speakers 0. Then I get a scalar of Peter Phillips. And then if I do 1, I get error user. Can I do each video can I do this? No. Oh, I need my do. And then video.each do talks. Square brackets? Just talks. Maybe? Maybe. Let me just come over here and I would say talk, square brackets, speakers, each, close the quote, do. Puts speaker dot value end. Maybe? No, come back here. Undefined method each for an instance of Yoruba document. Let's try this. Root.each. Let's see. No. Okay, let's try document. Genre fluid method says hello. Hello. Hello, genre fluid method. Maybe I do document square brackets, quote, quote, square brackets, dot each do video. 41. Adrian in it says, I love the way you read the messages in chat. Thank you. Genre Fluid Matron says, I'll be honest, I don't always understand code, but I think it's fun to tinker with things. Me too. I am, right now, struggling a little bit. I don't understand how I got a speaker.value of 41. Coding with Caleb says, I do appreciate how Chael does a British accent for my messages. I can't sound like half as posh as you can. Like literally, I can't. I try, I can't. Okay, let me try this. Talks. Fake Jimena says it's almost 42. Almost. And it gives me, and the thing is, I I don't understand. Hang on. Document, square brackets, quote, quote, square brackets. That's not 41. Genre fluid metred says, after all, everything that has ever been invented has been made on the back of existing knowledge and with the tools which someone else had invented. In this case, I can't figure these tools out. Coding with Caleb says, I don't really think I sound posh, but a bunch of British friends also tell me I sound posh. You sound very posh. Out of everybody that I have ever met in the entire world, you are the poshest sounding person I have ever met. Period. Total. Okay, let me see this. I don't understand why this does this, but let me try this. Can I do this? No, I just get 41. I don't understand this. Okay, what if I just do puts? I'm gonna put like a little quotes here, and a question mark, and a colon. And then I'm gonna put this in curly braces. And a closing quote. Just because that seemed to work last time. No, it gives me 41 again. What is 41? Let's see. Genre fluid maitre d' says also it's maitre d'. It's French, so don't worry about it. Is that how you spell maitre d', like at a restaurant? I thought there was like a little dash, little dash or something in maitre d'. Phantom Glitch says, Caleb, if you don't mind me asking, are you from the south or north of England? Also, thank you for following Genre Fluid Maitre d'. Took says, the auth with GitHub in your website is with auth by default by Rails. We can do social auth with it. So we rely on the GitHub user ID in order to uniquely identify users. The thing is, we're storing everything in YAML, which means I need an ID that exists in the YAML and exists in the site. I can't just rely on the database ID. So that's why we need it to be Google, or GitHub, not Google, GitHub. Genre Fluid Maitre d' says, it means somebody who works front of house. Yes, I know what a maitre d' is at a restaurant. Let's see. Coding with Caleb says, originally I'm from the Channel Islands, currently in Germany though. Phantom Glitch says, oh wow, okay, that's really cool actually. Genre Fluid Maitre d' says, yes, that's how you spell it. It's supposed to be with accents and have a dash. That's why I wasn't sure. I guess you can't put accents inside of Twitch. That makes sense. 41 is closing percent in ASCII. I hope that helps. What? Genre Fluid Maitre d' says, I am from the UK, and yet your username is French. Let's see. Tux, I'm just checking because I think this is the second time that you've asked. My VS Code theme is Horizon theme by Jalalai. The bot replied last time, so I kind of like went with that. Phantom Glitch says, how's Germany? Always been interested in moving away from the UK. I don't know how it goes for people in the UK, but I have two friends in the US who have moved to Germany, and both of them lost their wives and kids. Not to, like, loss, but, like, to divorce. Tuk says, thank you. Okay. Also, I'm glad you like it. I really like it. It makes me happy. Genre Fluid Maitre d' says, you probably can, but I am already at the character limit. Well, in the dash, I don't think it would work as well with like the capital letters. That's the word. Okay. I don't understand why it's not putzing anything. Ah, it's supposed to be Genre Fluid, the musical maitre d'. Hang on. That sounds like a reference. Genre Fluid, the musical maitre d'. SoundCloud. Okay. No, IMDb. It's known for 404. a lot of this. So that's just you, I think, maybe. Contributing writer. Oh, that's fun. Sorry. I didn't mean to I didn't mean to find your next door. Genre fluid mission says it'll just come up with me. Yeah, I found your next door. That's a little close. Okay. Oh, genre fluid mission says although it was made by a Twitch streamer made for me because I helped to make a film. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. Okay. Let me try this. I'm not gonna jump all the way in. I'm gonna take all this out. And I'm just gonna say for each video. Puts in quotes. Question mark. And then just give me whatever this video thing is. Okay. Currently, yerba sequence, and apparently 41 of them. So, puts video, square brackets, and then in quotes, I'm gonna put talks. Also a yerba sequence, okay? What if I take away all this stuff and I just puts it? Is it gonna give me a little more detail? No, it gives me less. I don't know why you do this. Okay. It's not the document, it's the video. Victor Germano says 41 is back. 41 is back. 41 never left. 41 is evidently the output of document array.each. My guess is there are 41 videos. Actually. Hang on a second here. Ha ha! No, wait, that's not the right one. Ha ha! Length.times index yield self index. Yeah, so it's this. Okay. Self index. Yeah, what is length? So my guess is it's giving us length. Genre Fluid Metro D says, I actually volunteer at a furniture upcycling related charity, and will I argue that upcycling is one example of the open source community going beyond tech, and I wanted to know your thoughts on that, because going further than that, I see upcycling as a version of hardware hacking. Sorry for the lord up. That's kind of an interesting idea. If I think about the principles of open source, it has to do with openly sharing your source code and information and knowledge. I see it as maybe tool libraries would be a closer example of open source than upcycling. Because I specifically work on furniture that wasn't made by me. It's definitely the hacking community and the modding community. And I would imagine that any manuals would be open source. Video talks dot each do talk. By transferring my skills limit, am I getting rid of its closed architecture? Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I think hacking, modding, etc. feels really close. And those are all big parts of the open source community, at least. And I would say that that aspect of upcycling in open source is the same. Although, I don't know, I've been thinking a lot about like paid open source recently. And there's a lot of that around, from like 4M to like GitLab and other things like that. And to me, that's still open source. Like, you're still giving people the ability to modify, to hack, to even like take the source code, fork it, and build something new. Fake Germano says maybe after you do the correct each, you can just do the at path to get the scalars. Maybe. Genre Fluid BHD says paid open source is surely a contradiction in terms for me personally. And yet it exists. Puts. I'm just gonna put T question mark colon, and then I'll put talk. Well, and maybe when we put the square brackets, we're saying give me a sequence. Huh. Papa Smurf of Death, it's good to see you. Hello. Fake Germano says all code is paid for, open or closed, by corporations or by individuals or communities. Well, let me kind of like ask you this question. If I were to make you a scarf, I've paid for the yarn for that scarf. I've done the work to make that scarf, and I have given you that scarf. Is that paid for? Let's see. Genre Fluid Metrodi says, well, in the UK, at least you can legally sell the tools to open something, but not something already modified weirdly. And you can even give instructions, providing someone uses the tool in the hardware. Papa's says, I made some lovely Cajun chicken and veggie pasta and drank some wine. That sounds delightful. Ruby says, but it's worse. Like, MySQL is open source, but won't accept your PRs only if you pay them to fix it for you. And that exists. Ruby says music is too loud. Well, this one's quieter. Tell me how this one is, because this one's quieter. Fake Germano says, yeah, with your work value and time. But I'm being extremely Marxist. And Genre Fluid Metrodi says, I meant on their own hardware. Oh, like if you mod it, you can't sell it? That's weird. None of these are T's. None of these are T's. Okay. What if I make this talks? Okay. Now I have some T's. 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 And the T's are all at the top. That's good to notice. The T's are all at the top. Okay. Okay, video talks each do talk. And then I'm gonna come in here. And I'm gonna say talk speakers. Oh, interesting. Dot each do speaker. And we'll puts quotes S question mark colon speaker end. I get any? I got some. I got some S's. There's still sequences. Genre fluid misreduces. There's no ethical consumption under. Well, you know the rest. Genre fluid says it's to do with the fact that it moves away from intended use and the original manufacturer can't guarantee if it's safe, or if they try to send it back, they can't fix it. But theoretically, you can. Okay, here's a talk. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers. Why do I have 5 speakers? What if I make this square brackets? Do I lose my speakers? I lose my speakers. Okay, interesting. So then what if I do something like document square brackets, and then I do square bracket dot talks dot speakers. Oh, okay. Okay. First. Oh, no. Let me try 1, 2. Why? Okay, let me try this. 0, 0. Okay. 1. Why are they all empty? Okay, let me try this. Each do. This is not the right number of speakers. Puts. Question mark, colon. Speaker. End. Oh, and I need to close that quote. End. It's a sequence. It's a sequence. I need scalars. Why are there only 6? I don't understand this. I figured the other one out. And why are there 5? There's only 6 demos. This one has 0. Why does it have 0? And then this is not a value. Genre fluid misreduces. Actually, what actually is Ruby events, which probably should have been my first question. So, this is Ruby events. Basically what we do is we index events, specifically events for the Ruby programming language. So we've indexed 760 of them in over 10,000 talks from 4,300 speakers. Yeah, so that's kind of what the jam is. The way that we store all these is we store them in YAML files. And so what I'm trying to do is build some validators for these YAML files. And then I'm using this new tool called Yerba, which like parses YAML. And it's supposed to give me the nodes that I need. But it keeps giving me sequences. And the problem with the sequences is that like they don't let me they don't give me the value that I need. And I'm confused. It's a little like the indie web, but for a specific coding language. I mean that in a nice way. I don't know what the indie web is. It sounds cool. Fake Germano says, can you do square brackets on a sequence to get scalars? Okay, let me try that. Okay, we're gonna do this one. This is a series of sequences. Parentheses. Square brackets. Dot. No, it did not like that. Okay, what if I try this? Heh. It did not like that at all. Picture Mana says maybe square brackets, yeah. The thing is, if I do this, it gets me, but I can't get the scalars out of the sequence. That's so weird. Ah. Yeah, it is. And if I do like 0 here, it gives me too many. And then it gives me none. And then if I do each, do Picture Monosis, what even is a sequence? Oh, Jean-Flip Maitredi says, it's literally the independent web advocates for the original intention of the internet, and everyone should have their own personal website, and it's often called the personal web, and on a lot of said websites, people keep collections of other people in the same community. Yes! I like it. Ruby says, I bought a used overall by the internet. Let's see how it goes. Apparently, if you don't like the product, instead of returning it, you can resell it using the same post. I mean, you can resell it using the same post, but somebody else has to buy it. Fake Germano says, what even is a sequence? This is a sequence. Yerba sequence. It has a selector, and weirdly it has a location and a key. The location part is weird to me though, because it's an array. But it's got nil locations in those cases, so that probably explains why. And the problem is, I need scalars. Because I need a value. And I need a location that's an actual location. Yeah, there we go. A location that's a location. Ruby says, yeah, you also pay insurance on the project. Why do you pay insurance on it? Do you get refunded your insurance? Or do you just pay extra? Which is genius. Speaker. And 5. You are so rude. Let me try this. Put speaker. And dot. Location. No. I can't use any of these locations. Hang on. Let me go back. This. Yeah. What was your location? you don't have any locations either. Ah. Rude. You should have a location. You are a specific document. Okay, let me try this. I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna say video index, talk index, speaker index equals 0, 0, 0. And then you are gonna be video index. Yeah, let's try that. Talks, talk index, speakers, speaker index. Yes. I've completely transformed how this works to the point where it's not really helpful anymore. Okay, that's lovely. Let's erase all of this. It's fine. I still have it somewhere else. Okay. And now we're gonna do loop. You know what? I'm not gonna do this here. I'm just gonna quit, get out. Okay. Let me try this. Give me this. I'm gonna try this over here. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna name you video index, talk index. Phantom Glitch says, I is back with bacon, mac, and cheese. Oh, Ruby says not all products are refunded, so you can use the insurance money of the other products that did not get refunded to refund the ones that were damaged. Oh, so you do get it. Ruby says, by the way, I work at an insurance broker that sells this type of insurance. Insurance is a money printing machine. That's depends. Not so much when there's a bunch of natural disasters happening. Okay, let's try the speakers index. And we're gonna do 0, 0, 0. I'm gonna do this loop do. I'm not gonna bother with any of this array document stuff because it's not being nice to me and it makes me unhappy. All right, so here's my loop do. I'm gonna do document, at path, do speaker. Here's the thing. I need to go through each of the videos, and then each of the talks on that video, and then each of the speakers on that video. Newbie says, I mean the insurance broker part. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Because this is just one. I need to iterate through... Let me take all this out. And... let me use this instead of the at path. Okay. So this is speakers. Talk speakers. Good. This is talk speakers. I go to my document, I get my video, my talk, my speakers index. Sweet. Now, I'm gonna say if talkspeakers.nil. I want to increment the talk index and set the speakers index equal to 0. And yeah, and then go to the next loop. Yeah. Sync says, yo, it's nice to see Rails here. It's also nice to see someone just code instead of using AI. Yeah, well, I'm trying to like figure out how this works. Like, I do some AI assisted stuff, but like this is just like I'm trying to figure out how this works. So how can I expect the AI to know how it works? Phantom Glitch says, you know, Chael has gone off the rails if Ruby is not the language. That's true. Ruby says, Ruby, my beloved. I'm so glad we have so many Ruby fans here. All right. Okay, so I have these talk speakers. I have this document. It's got a video index. It's got a talks index. It's got a speakers index. You probably want spaces, don't you? Yep, you do. Okay. Yeah, you don't want that to exist. Okay. If my talk speakers is nil, I'm gonna go to the next talk. Yeah. So that's me getting the talk speakers. I need to find out if talks is nil. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I'm just gonna go up to like 100 talks. Yeah, so let's do that. Talks equals talks index. And I don't want to break. I want to increment. Yeah. Video index plus equals 1 if talks is empty. Yes. Yes. If talks is empty, go to the next one. Wait. Does that make sense? Phantom Glitch says, dad pun intended, yes. Ruby says, I just got charged 120 BRL on Hetzner because I forgot a VM running there doing nothing. Sad. Aww. Yeah. That cloud processing gets ya. If the talk speakers is nil, set the talk index to 1 and the speakers index to 0. Okay. If talks.empty. And this should be like an else if. Yeah. So if talks is empty, then the video index gets +1, the talk index gets 0, and the speakers index gets 0. Yeah, and then we move to next. Okay. So I'm going to start with 0, 0, 0. What is that? Let me try that. I'm going to try shrinking this a little bit. Okay. So let's go way up when to when we set the document. And we set the document a long time ago and we tried a lot of different things. Oop, hang on. There we go. All right. So we're gonna do document yerba parse file. Now if I do document, square brackets, then I'm gonna do my little quotes. And I'm gonna say square brackets, 0. Dot talks, square brackets, 0. Dot speakers, square brackets, 0. Okay, what does this return? It returns nil. Okay, that's good, I think. And this one, nil. Okay. Nil.empty. Aww. If talks.nil or talks.empty. Sync says, what kind of job do you do? Also development. Yeah, I do. I'm a senior software engineer at a bank. I do a lot of work. I have been doing Ruby on Rails for the past like 10 years. Or so, something like that. Okay, now we do video index +1, talk index 0, 0. Okay, so we're gonna keep doing this until we get to like 18. Now, all of a sudden there's a value here. Oh my gosh, there's a value at talk 0. Cool. So I'm gonna do dot speakers 0. Oh my god, there's a value. Awesome. So inside here, I have not skipped over anything. I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna say name. Unless name.blank or names known as this, we're gonna do talk speakers.location, speakers index +1. Okay, now let me check this. Do you have a location? You have a location. You have a location. You have a start line and an end line and the real lines. Rubus' bank using Rails? Yeah, I work for a bank that uses Rails. So like, I've been trying to like share this more often. Stripe and like a whole bunch of other companies all use Rails. Boop. Let me see. Sing says, how do you handle the AI craze and the push of it? So luckily my company is not trying to like push AI heavily on us, but honestly, I don't mind it. I don't like the environmental impacts. I don't like the decisions that business leaders are making because of it. But in general, I think it's an interesting tool for like a very specific set of use cases. I feel like for transforming one thing into another thing, it's really good at that. And it's really good at like remembering, like, so at my workplace, we have like a task tracker, and we're supposed to put the ID for the task tracker in like our GitHub PR and in all of our commit messages and in our branch name and in the title for the PR. I don't want to have to go look up that task number every single time. And I would have to look it up every single time. AI can just memorize that, put it in for me. I've also used it for like, I have code in this shape in this place, and I want to put it somewhere else. But I don't think it's very good for like, I'm building out a new pattern, I'm building out understanding. I think it's really good for doing things you already know how to do, where you can just look at it and confirm whether or not it's what you're looking for. Let's see. Okay. Then there's a bunch of talk of the stock market, which I don't do anything with that. So like, that's not my game. Okay. Name not found in speakers.yaml. Okay. I think this should work. Yes. If talk speakers is nil. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through here and I'm gonna do like 1. Error user, that's good. So that one's gonna error. Then I'm gonna go to 2 and that's gonna be nil. Right. So when my talk speaker is nil, I'm gonna increment my talk index and I'm gonna make my speaker index 0. So that's gonna become 1, 0. Thanks for following Morosi Dev. Okay. I think this works. I'm gonna test it. Okay. I don't know why I got rid of this to test it. We have to go way back into the past to test this one. Like, we have to go so far back in the past that it might be easier for me to just type this out from scratch. Jada-san says hello. Hello, nice to see you. Yeah, if I go through like another round of these. Okay, I'm gonna give up on this and I'm going to save this because I hadn't yet. And then I'm just gonna type this out. I'm gonna do static validators speaker exists dot new. And then I'm gonna pass in, I think it's my file path. But like if I were using AI right now, AI would remember that this is my test case and be able to like check it out. Oh, undefined method empty for an instance of Yerba map. Why? What do I need that? Jada-san says hello. No, don't give up. I believe in you. Thank you. Let's see. Phantom Glitch says, I invest in the more stable index funds. I think I have some stock in the big five, but that was more a fun $50 here and there to see what happens. And Ruby says, me too. Yep. I think that's where I'm at too. Okay, we're gonna quit. No, I'm quitting. I'm not giving up. Then I'm gonna call bin Rails again, and it's gonna load up. I'm gonna call this, and it's gonna run, and it's gonna run forever because I didn't do a break. I didn't do a break. I didn't do a break. Yeah. Okay. Well, the good news, it's doing its thing. That's good. But yeah, we need another one of these. Thank you for following Berleo in. Okay. So I'm gonna kind of like group these in sections. I'm gonna do videos. And see, this is document app path. I don't want to do that. I'm just gonna keep these identical. Yeah. And that's shorter too. And then I come up here. And I'm gonna say, all right, I'm gonna say if videos.nil. What is this? That is not what I wanted. No, I want if talks.nil. You do all this stuff. Annoying thing. All right, I want else if. That's too many spaces. Now, if videos.nil. Yes, then I want to break. Okay, if videos.nil, break. Else if talks.nil, increment the video index and set the talk and the speakers index to nothing. If my talk speakers is nil, increment the talk index and the speakers index set to 0. Otherwise, get the name of the talk speaker that we're looking at right now. Unless the name is blank or it is included in our list of known names, take the location and pass it in here to my error, and then increment the speaker index. So Ruby and Phantom Glitch, you just redeemed cat attention time. But I have no idea if I have a cat. Oh, I do have a cat. Hi, bro. Do you want to come over here and get some treats? Do you want some treats? Let me see if I can summon a cat. Let me see if you can even see the cat. I have not tested that with the new setup. Let's swap over to face. Is face real? Nope, face doesn't exist. Okay, the stream is not ending, but this is the closest thing I have to a face. Fake Germano says, I'm back. Much progress. I did notice the new setup. It's nice. Really? You like it? I'm not sure. Let me just turn those credits off real quick. Yeah, you can't even see the cat. Yeah, so I did tweak my setup. I'm not 100% with it. So I tweaked it for the Blast Off Rail stream. I kind of wanted to do it anyway. But Phantom Glitch says I do think the vertical cam worked better. Yeah, the problem is it's just like a very like weird angle. Hello, Ruby. I'm gonna sit here on my knee. So I tried out the vertical camera. I liked it for a while, but I think I want to go back to like a horizontal camera that's a little less like, I don't know. Because the thing is, the reason I went for the vertical camera is because I wanted to have like the whole, here is my face, you can see my whole face, and like when I like move around the space, you can see all of it, but yeah, I'm going back to a horizontal one and we'll have to see how it goes. I have to figure out what to do with all the empty space. So like right now I just have like the cat logo. Show the funny cat test. What is the funny cat test? The one where you like leave a cucumber and see if they freak out? Hello. You were just like locked in. She's got my knee like in her claw hold. Come on. All done. Off you go. Only if the egg test worked with cats. The one where you put the egg on top of a bottle and you like light a fire in it and the egg gets sucked in. I don't think that's gonna work with cats. Yay! Yay! It works. I found all the error users in the file. Good job, me. Good job, me. Wait. I need to go delete all this stuff. Baked Germana says big success. Yes. Phantom Glitch says, no. The one where you give an egg to an animal and it takes care of it like it's a child. Oh. You hold them below their legs and balance them a little to see if they are soft or hard? Oh. There we go. I remember the AI egg one. Did y'all see the AI egg one? Hang on. AI taking care of egg. No. This is not what I expected. Phantom Glitch says, isn't that the test to see if an egg has gone off? I feel like the egg is always hard. Am I wrong? I feel like the egg is always hard. I feel like that's a nature of eggs thing. I'm covered in cat fur now. The shirt was already inside out. Now it's covered in cat hair too. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna commit this because it works and it is exactly what I need. Okay. Git commit -m. Remove validator. I should run the tests. Bin Rails test. Speaker exists test. Yeah, you. Copy relative path. Control V. Off you go. Phantom Glitch says it's hard until you throw it at your friends. Yeah. Well, that's kind of like a weird... There's something about that that's just... I mean, they're only your friends until you throw an egg at them. So, like, if you throw an egg at your friends, are they still your friend when the egg hits them? you don't really like know anymore. And then how are you gonna tell if the egg is off? If it's like broken against your frenemy's face, because you're supposed to throw it at your friend. Does it work just as well with frenemies? Does it work just as well as enemies? Right? Like if your friend is suddenly your enemy because you threw an egg at them, like, are you gonna be able to tell if the egg is good or bad? Alright, let's see. Phantom Glitch says I find bricks or hammers work better for enemies. I find E's work better for enemies. Instead of the eyes. Maybe you're saying the enemy is I, myself. Okay, let me see. Git add -I. So we're doing an interactive ad here. I've got changes to validator's error, I've got changes to speaker exists, and I've got changes to SF Ruby videos. I'm gonna start with updates, and we're gonna start with speaker exists. Sorry. And then I'm gonna say git commit -m, note the location of errors in speaker exists. Good. And then we'll do a git commit -pm, and we'll say use attributes instead of at variables. We're gonna say yes, 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 no, 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 no. Good. I'm gonna say git push. Phantom Glitch says, as for the egg, I've thrown and had thrown at me many a time, and most of those people are still my friend. Ruby says, lol, there's a yoga pose called cat pose. Cat pose is amazing. So I love doing cat and cows when my back is stiff. Like, that is like one of my #1 poses. No. Why you gotta be this way? I typed too fast for it. Yes, authorize GitHub. Yes, use GitHub Mobile. And yes, you've all just stolen my account. Because you have my phone in your hand right now, and you can use my phone in order to do the verification request. There. Git push. Fake Germana says 4-factor authentication. Ruby's account leaked. I'm taking down this whole stream. Just like afterwards, they're all gone. Oh, all these people sent me Happy Mother's Day posts. Oh. Okay. Errors and validation should be running. We need to do something actually kind of important. We need to do an evil YAML. Let's see. So this is event dates. This one triggers if we're missing a start date. Let's do... Which one do we want to do? Let me start deleting these, actually. Yep, right here. Let me go all the way up here. Yep, we'll get rid of that one. And that one. Alright. Good job. And we'll just say git commit -pm. And we'll just say fix SF Ruby. Yes. Good. We'll say English. Phantom Glitch says, I'm waiting for GitHub to introduce facial recognition for account validation. I'm not. I don't want that. No, thank you. All right, we can refresh this. All right, so we're going to go through and we're going to make some evil YAML. I'm going to let you all pick the event. Here are the upcoming events. We can do an upcoming event or a past event. Which one would you like? Tell you what, I will let you, I'm gonna do another Twitch poll and I'm gonna leave all those poor YouTube people out in the cold. All right, which event are we going to ruin for our validation? And our responses. We're gonna say RubyConf. We're gonna say SF RubyConf. And Blue Ridge Ruby. And Tropical on Rails. So these are all events that I have attended or recently. Oh, you know what? Let's do Blast Off too. There you go. When you think about it, Microsoft already owns your Windows Hello data if you use it. I do not. Okay, so I'm gonna run a poll. What we're gonna do is we're gonna pick one of these events and we're gonna break all of the validations. This is going to be our evil YAML commit. We're gonna take a whole bunch of pictures of all of the annotations that this generates. And we're gonna see how nice it is and how cool it is and how pretty it is. Hehe. This should be outdated. Yeah. Fixed it. I'm gonna give my little... I feel like what I managed to do there is a little bit evil. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. So we did have to fix this part with the speakers and making it an array versus a little thing. By the way, this is the diff that we have on the validate.rake. We started pulling like a whole bunch of values out. We managed to pull out 264 lines of code and only added 86. I'm pretty happy about that, and I think that we can continue to get more wins here by adding more validators. And if the first half of this stream had been like 30 minutes and like flowed smoothly and everything had been great, we would have gone through and done some more validators. Given how much this fought me though, not a chance. Not a chance. What I am thinking about doing, and what I think would be very cool, is modifying this validate.rake file, which as you can see is very long, to simply check each of the different files and to say these are the validators I call on this file. Fake Germano says, that's the coding lifestyle. That's the coding lifestyle. Fake Germano says, feels good when you finally get it going. Yes! Alright, let's see. Which event? Blue Ridge Ruby! Alright. Poor Blue Ridge Ruby is about to break all of the rules of our validators. Alright, let me mark this one as viewed. There we go. And same goes for this one. Go away. Sweet, so I'm gonna uncheck these. And we'll just kind of like go through here, uncheck that one, uncheck that one, uncheck that one. And as I go through each of these errors, I'm gonna fix this. All right, so I think the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna delete the banner background. Do I wanna delete the featured background? Wait, does this one have... This one does. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna delete the featured.webp for it. Poor Blue Ridge Ruby. Okay. Let's go to assets, Blue Ridge Ruby. And we're gonna do 2026. Great. So right here we have the featured.webp. Delete it. Not anymore. Gone. What's our next one? Our next one is event dates. So I need to have a start date and an end date. Okay. And it looks like I check whether or not it's empty. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete the start date and I'm gonna empty the end date. So let's do event.yaml and we're gonna find Blue Ridge Ruby 2026. All right, so here we're gonna delete the start date and empty the end date. Beautiful. And that covers this one. Next, we're looking at schema. So this checks that each of our schemas are valid. So for event, schedule, series, and venue, we're gonna add fake tags. So I'm gonna come in here. Actually, I'm gonna go kind of like in here. Yeah, because I don't think there's anything around the tickets or website. Blah, 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 blah. And blah, 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 blah. Excellent. Now what's the next one? You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this for all of these because I know I'm gonna need them. Blah, 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 blah. And empty value. Perfect. Save it. Involvements. Organizer, name, user. Do we test involvements? I don't know. Name, sponsor. Blah, 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 blah. Excellent. And you know what? No name. I just decided to put blah, 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 blah. Yeah. All right, schedule. Oh, this one looks great. You know what I'm gonna do here? This is my favorite mistake. Instead of putting title, I always put name here. So I'm just gonna put that there. All right, now here's the sponsors. Yeah, I like this one. Let's go in here. Blah, 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 blah. And we're not even gonna put a value. It's gonna be blank. Venue. I like this. Go in here. Blah, 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 blah. And you know what else? I'm gonna go down here to the coordinates. And I'm gonna decide that I wanna add my maps here. Yeah. Maps. Those don't go in coordinates. I know. I know. Alright, let me go to videos. And go in here. Blah, 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 blah. And blah, 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 blah. Oh, and you know what? I need to check this too. Blah, 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 blah. And blah. Oh man, I'm so good at this. Alright, cool. Let me go over here. That should be everything. There's the series, the venue, the schedule, and the event. Good job, me. Alright, I should have handled all of these array ones. I did CFP. Oh, I didn't check featured cities. Involvement, speakers, sponsors, transcript, videos. If the rest of these work, I'm confident the featured cities one will. So I'm just gonna mark this one as checked. Alright, now here's the speaker exists. We wanna fix that. We want our speaker not to exist. So who is a speaker for one of these videos? Here we have John Athade, like that. Alright. Sorry, John. Give me an F. John Athade. There we go. There's John Athade. Perfect. Now, my friend, I am sorry. You don't exist anymore. Yep. And while we're at it, blah, 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 blah. Alright, let me go back over here, and we'll just save that. And let's go back over here. Yep. Speaker no longer exists. We need to check. You know what I should have done? Instead of deleting John Athade, I'm gonna put him back. I'm just gonna give him a blah 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 blah. And then I'm gonna add some fake speakers into the videos.yaml. Yeah. Let's go find my talk. My talk has a new speaker alongside me, and it's the spirit of open source. Excellent. Beautifully done. And there were lightning talks too. Ah, look at all these talks in here. These look great. I love these. Fantastic. These are not all of the lightning talks. This is one of the lightning talks. I'm okay with that. Who added Ernesto's talk? The power of LLMs. Blue Arrow Redbird says, shout out John Anderson. Worked with him many years ago. I'm gonna assume that's Jonathan. His talk was great, by the way. You should check it out once the videos go up. All right, let's see. Speakers done. Marco Roth with your real account. Marco Roth says, looks like we are still going. Yay. Oh, Blue Arrow Redbird says no, the guy above him. Which guy? Who's John Anderson? John Anderson. I don't remember John Anderson. There's no John. Oh, John Anderson and speakers.yaml. I'm glad you like John Anderson. We've got some of John Anderson's videos on our site. Okay, guess what? I found the locations. It's ugly. I had to create all of the indexes manually and iterate through them in order to get scalars instead of sequences, but it worked. And now we're creating evil YAML to confirm that everything works. Okay, now this is unique speaker fields. We don't want any duplicate speaker fields. So let's just go in here to my girl Rachel Reitman. And we're just gonna take like all 10 of these values and put them in there again. Excellent. And even better, we have a partially complete Rachel Bingham. All right, let me get in here. We're making evil YAML to confirm that everything works the way it's supposed to. Okay, so that's validate. These are all tests. Is that all tests? That's all tests. That's all tests. We're ready. All right, let me get in here. Get add dash I. Excellent. Excellent. Ha 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 ha. Okay, this is an update. I want all of this. 1 through 10. Okay. Excellent. Now I'm gonna do a git commit dash m, and I'm gonna call this evil YAML. Git push. Oh, so hang on. I'm gonna check and see whether everything. It says ready to merge. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna git push. And I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna uncheck all of these to make sure. We're gonna go through twice and we're gonna make sure that all of the new errors show up. Schema array, speaker exists. Oh, I'm so excited. Unique speaker fields. Okay, and the rest of this is all just whatever. Okay. Conversation. We gotta wait for it to run first. So let's see. This one right here is the one that lints everything. So this lint YAML data files and validate YAML data schemas. This is the one that we're modifying. Look at all these errors. Where are they coming from? Found keys not listed in sort order. Yerba is disappointed with us. Look at these keys. Okay, but we gotta wait for this thing to actually finish running. Oh no! No, it didn't. No! You're blind. You're blind. took away my annotations. Marco Roth works as a design. Let me check out these annotations. How much of a... Ooh, am I a terror? I think I am. I think I am. Yeah. I think sometimes I am. Sometimes I just, you know, there's lots of ways to solve a problem. And sometimes I'm just, you know, please work. This is gonna all get squashed anyway. My annotations are nicer than yours. Thank you. Git push. I don't know if that's gonna work. Because the thing is, if you make workflow changes in the same PR, GitHub Actions often runs the old one. I don't know which ones it's gonna run though. I'm just gonna see. I love how it's like, go for. I still have the evil YAML commit. Micro says it should run the new one. Let's check. We can check this in advance. Come on. Here we go. Yes. 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 Excellent. Okay. Come on. Do your thing. Go through. Let's go back to the pull request. I'm so excited. This is gonna be so good. I'm so excited. No need to. That one can go away. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. If it works the way that I am envisioning. Chuck says, hello Marco Roth. I started learning Ruby on Rails and have been watching your videos, especially the herb ones. Amazing videos. Yes. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do the thing. Do your validations. Please work, 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 work. Yeah. I did that one. It's done running. Okay. So when we look at the annotations here, it's like, here are the things. This is not a string. This is a disallowed additional property. Here's all this stuff. Oh yeah, these are problems. This is a disallowed additional property. End date is required for non-meet of end date. Oh, is this a problem? Ooh, and that one shows up on the first line. Okay. Let's try this. Please. Please. Oh, in a second. I'll read it in a second. I really hope that this does the thing. Okay. So first off, we have errors listed right here on our files. Look at that. It is so beautiful. Where's my... Oh, I can't do Control-Shift-4. Where's my snipping key? Where's my little snipping key? Margaret says, I haven't seen anybody so excited about errors. You haven't seen anybody that made errors that are as pretty as mine. Look at these. They're so good. It's like right there. It's just like clear as day, beautiful, like, hang on. And it worked. It worked. I mean, to be fair, you had to build an entirely new gem for me to make these errors. Prior to Yerba, these errors were not possible. 1, 2, 3. Errors. Okay. Start date is required for non-meetup events at start date. Because there's no line. There's no line associated with it, so it sits on the start date. And it tells you about missing ones. Oh, beautiful. But for an end date, because it has an end date, it does the end date. I'm so happy. Oh, these are so beautiful. And then, look. It's a disallowed additional property. Okay, we need an involvement schema. Look at Chael says, OMG, you are so funny. Fandom Glitch says, these errors are making my day a little better. Mega Raw says, could we link to the proper docsimd file? Yes! We could! Oh dear! Value at day 0, grid 0, item 0 is not a string at day 0, grid 0, item 0. This one could use some improvements. But it still shows it. And it shows it on the right file. I'm gonna take a picture of the whole thing. I'm gonna make a needs improvement section. Needs improvement. That did steal like a teeny tiny drop of my joy. Oh, it didn't find this one. Oh, it didn't find this one. It looks like the more complicated ones it kind of struggles with. Yeah. It might be any that has like the index pass through. Mike Ross says, but yes, this is awesome. This is so good. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And it's so like, see when it does work, like on the venue one, flawless. I think it's the indexes. Mike Ross says, I think these were the ones Yerba actually caught first. I mean, yeah, but Yerba didn't put checks on them. Yerba didn't put errors here. Object property at coordinates maps is a disallowed additional property at coordinates maps. I like this one. I especially like this one. It's like, no, the maps are supposed to be here. This is a more realistic one. This one does not go in the needs improvement category. This one goes into the perfect just as it is. Let's see. I wonder if I can fix that. Oh no! No! Where are my error messages? Is there a limit on the total number of error messages? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Checks. Lint. You can check the logs and see if it was output there. I meant the one that didn't have an error. Yeah, I think... No, it caught them here. Why don't I have all of them? This is not a string, yet this. This is a disallowed additional property. Coordinate maps. Tiers. Object property. Yeah, there's only 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's clearly more than 10. Did they also have a GitHub annotation? All of them should have. Let's see. Like this one. These are GitHub annotations. Well, and what's interesting is this one didn't show up. Because if we go look at, let's see, data speakers. See this one? That one's the same category where it's running against the schema. I might just limit it to the first 10. There's a good way to test this. I can fix all of my, like, I added a random whatever to it. Let's see, and keep the other ones. We'll delete the ones that showed up. Well, and it's also good to know that this is a thing. That I need to turn my slashes probably into like... I'm gonna keep that one. Videos. Because it said 13 on the summary. Maybe, I feel like I introduced more than 13 errors. Okay, so this one, that one was really broken. Let's see. That one just showed up on the first line with like a, here's my thing. Let's see. Remove that one. Remove that one. Yeah, and this one we didn't see show up. Okay. Git commit -pm partially fix. Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. And then the thing that I think I want to check. What did I push? Git push. So when I looked at, let's see. Object property at tiers 1, sponsor 0, SD blah 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 is a disallowed additional property, right? And then days grid item 0. I think the trick here is that if I am in a schema and both of those are array schemas. Array schema. When I'm getting my data pointer, I'm translating slashes into dots. I think if the value is a 0, a digit, I need to wrap it in square brackets. I need to write tests for that. Yeah. Yep. And that might be a second thing. DX1-12 says, hey Chael, it's Medith. I changed my name recently. Hi, nice to see you, DX1. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do for that one, maybe I need like a fine location. Yeah, like a fine location. We'll substitute any slash number slashes with square bracket number. Words get to stay the same. Slashes and then words get to stay the same. Get replaced with a dot. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna see how many errors I have. What I really should have done is before working on this, I should have like split it into smaller pieces and been like, oh, I'm making my first validator. Okay, now I'm adding locations. I did not. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the involvement is showing that. Object at root missing required property name. Color field configured, but value not found. Let me go to the top. I have 10 errors and 1 warning. Duplicate speaker deck, duplicate Twitter, duplicate GitHub, duplicate slug. Let's see. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna look at my annotations in here. It's definitely a limit to 10, but they're showing up in the thing. Okay, let me try this. GitHub annotations show more than 10. I'm trying to create a linting tool which runs as a GitHub action. However, I keep running into limitations on GitHub actions. So it looks like only 10 annotations are shown, but when my linting tool is on a code base, there could be like 500 errors. So this is obviously not ideal. It seems like with a GitHub app, you are allowed to add an infinite number of annotations, which sounds perfect. However, then I have to migrate to a GitHub app, which is annoying because I want to run it with GitHub actions. I also tried creating a review instead. However, reviews can only add comments to lines which are changed in the PR, and you cannot add a review. The changes are not in a PR. Also, the review API crashes or times out if you add around 20 comments in one request. Kinda in a loss. What other solutions have I forgotten to look into? Or did I oversee something? Yeah, currently we have no available way to bypass the limitation. If your projects really need more annotations, I recommend you directly report a feature request here. That will allow you to directly interact with the appropriate engineering team and make it more convenient for the engineering team to collect and categorize your suggestion. Oh, you can output job summaries. Ooh, that looks cool. I like that. Okay, let me look at this. Unanswered. Just adding my +1 to this. Thank you. Upvote. I love the annotations feature and I'm using it in a GitHub action I've written for my organization. But you can easily come up with greater than 10 warnings or errors. Is there any way this can be increased? I understand page performance concerns with loading lots of these, but surely something can be done here. E.g. similar to large diffs are not shown by default. We could have a similar feature for annotations. Hoping this gets prioritized, as with such a low limit I'm struggling to use the full benefit of the annotations. Even a message saying that further annotations were generated but aren't shown would be a step up from silently hiding them. I'm okay with the 10 warning, 10 error limit, as long as the UI prioritizes showing warning errors relevant to the pull request diff. Right now, I think it's in the order that they're printed in the action, which makes putting relevant warnings caused by incrementally rolling out a stricter linting rule in front of pull request authors more difficult. Margaret Ross is welcome to Chael Dump's GitHub issues. I mean, yeah, I want to know how this is going. I'm fascinated. The best documentation about those limits I found in the docs of Actions Toolkit. Eye roll. Limitations. Currently, GitHub Actions limits the annotation count in workflow run. 10 warning annotations, 10 error annotations, and 10 notice annotations per step. 50 annotations per job, sum of annotations from all the steps. 50 annotations per run, separate from the job annotations. These annotations aren't created by users. Consider filtering with the long messages which the problem matcher is exposed, e.g. by PR text files, lines, or others. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna feel the experience of like dealing with this. So like, let me see. We confirmed the event dates. We confirmed the schema is working. We confirmed the schema array is working. We have not seen speaker exists work yet, or unique speaker fields. Startup is required for non-meet updates, and end date is required. Okay, so I should probably add those back. Phantom Glitch says audiobook and podcasts coming soon. You know, if I found sufficiently dramatic GitHub issues, that could actually be fun. Okay, involvements did not get one. Coordinates maps did get one. Neither of these got one. Series still got one. None of these got them. Oh, that's not good. That's not good, because that's only 4. That's only 4. That's only 4. That's not good. Because I'm going to take a look here real quick. Because I have 10 errors, but only 4 of them actually showed up. Duplicate speaker deck, Twitter, GitHub, slug. Object at root is missing required properties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, maybe it's because these are so large. And it can't link to it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I do have it. I have it. It's on the wrong line. Why is it on the wrong line? I mean, I'm not. That's also the wrong line. That is not the right value. That is not the right value. This is 2646 instead of 2624. That's not good. And you should be 12623. Oh dear. I should have done this one at a time. I should have done this validator by validator. And look, this one's 711 for the duplicate speaker deck. All right, let's fix the series. And that one's a bit silly. I don't need to test that one. Series.yaml. Let's delete that one. Markarat says, did you force push? No. And to bend? No. I don't think so. Okay, I fixed this one. This one is not showing up. This is coordinates maps. I can go ahead and remove that one. Not that one. In the venue for Blue Ridge Ruby 2026, I added these 2 additional fields. There we go. Let me see. Yeah, and now the involvement one is coming through. Realistically, we should not have that many issues. Like, I am deliberately making the worst attempt ever, but like, ideally we would not have so many of them. An end date. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna copy this file and restore it. restore upstream main, and then this file. No, okay. Git restore data Blue Ridge Ruby upstream main. No. Arr. Well, that's not gonna do anything. Yeah, that's not gonna do anything. Why do I have a dev container lock.json? What? Is that new? That's new. I didn't have that before. I don't know how I feel about that. Git reset hard data Blue Ridge Ruby event.yaml upstream main. No. Maybe like this. Dash dash. No. As a valid tree. That's a valid tree. Maybe you want it the other way around. Getting nervous about typing this one out, but I have it pushed. Field resolves a valid tree. I don't remember what the values were. Oh, here they are. I like how I'm over here trying everything to like get these values back, and they're just like sitting right here, waiting for me. Okay. I was so excited. I really was. I was like, this is gonna look great. This is gonna be so easy for people to like look at and review. I am heartbroken by this like 10 limit. But it's still gonna be nice and it's still gonna help people. Let's see. Okay. Let's go in here, get commit dash PM. Fix more YAML. Yes. 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 Git push. Yep. And then we're gonna refresh. Well, and I haven't seen the ones that I really wanted. So one of the ones that I really want is if like the assets are missing, we tell them like these are the fields that are the issue. Because I feel like that one's a little difficult to read and understand. So like this colors have assets. That's the one I want. Like if you set the banner background, featured background, or featured color, like I want to see that error message. Speakers. Well, and I want to see the speakers exist because that's one of the ones that I think is going to be really, really, really nice. All right, now let me take a look at this one. So I'm finding my field and then value. Okay. Okay. I mean, that should be right. I have my unique fields. So my unique fields are like Slug, GitHub, Twitter, SpeakerDeck, Mastodon, Blue Sky. And then I come through here and I say find by, and I'm looking for the value, and then I get the location. And it should be field matches value. Oh. And I do speakers as in the static speaker file, and I get the duplicates for the field, and for each of them I check the value in the count. So honestly, it should be at least on one of them. Maybe not on each of them, but at least one of them. Let me go through speakers duplicates for the field. Oh yeah, we added a new duplicates method. Hang on, let me go find it. Maybe I should read that. Maybe I messed something up with that method. Let me see. Schema. Let me open this thing. Where are you? I deleted that. I swapped that around. Here it is. Speakers file. Yeah, so I did document.pluck field.symbol. Select present, tally, select, count. Yeah, that looks like it should work. And I'm just getting like the fields. It's the exact same as like this one up here. Alright, let's see. Bin lint should have run by now. Let me go to conversation. Refresh. That was weird. Okay. Conversation. There we go. Okay, here's the lint. 10 error annotations. So it's complaining about the color field is configured, the speaker is not found, object at root is missing required properties. This is a disallowed additional property, duplicates here. Now I'm looking at this, that is undeniably not the correct value. Why are the slug and the GitHub and the Twitter, but then the speaker deck's totally off? Maybe my values are blank? Maybe my values are blank. Okay, let's scroll through here and see if we can find in our data files. Let's check them out. Okay, so this one I think raised an annotation error. I'm gonna refresh this page entirely. I'm gonna go over here. Here are my data files. I have annotation errors, but they're not being displayed. Let me just expand all of this. Am I using the correct file path? Lucatelli says a lot of files touched in this PR. Yeah, I really should have done like one validator at a time. See, and this is not the correct one. This person doesn't have a Mastodon though. Thank you for following Life's Faded. Duplicate blue sky. This person doesn't have blue sky, but they're also not the first person to not have a blue sky. I have no idea why it's decided that this person and this is the same one, but why would it think this is the duplicate? And then this one doesn't have a Twitter, but it thinks that this is the duplicate Twitter. Yeah, that's a disallowed additional property. Good job, you found that one. That one is like spot on. Mark Ross says, can you run it locally and check if your reports the correct locations? Yeah, I can do that. Duplicates. Duplicate summary. Duplicate. Validate. Maybe it's unique. Yep, unique speaker fields. All right, so for each duplicate, I'm gonna do a binding.irb here. And then we'll just go in here and we'll say bin rails C. Okay, good. Unique speaker fields? Yes. We'll do static validators unique speaker fields dot new file path quote data slash speakers.yaml. Close it. What? Oh, wait. I know what the problem is here. Dot errors. Yay! What is the location? No, wait. What is the value? The value is Rachel Wright-Munn. What is the field? The slug. Excellent. What is the location? 12.6.14. So let's open speakers.yaml. 12.6.14 to 12.6.21. I mean, that's fine. If it's like it's all of these, that's fine. Okay, so that was the field and the slug. Okay. Oh, it's doing a find by. Tausha says, I'll hop off and go to bed. Good luck with those misplaced annotations. Thank you for dropping by. Bye. Okay. Let me quit. Good. Okay, let me do field value. Phantom Glitch says, Chael, do you drink coffee? I don't know. Do I? Close this. And then I'll just do plus location. Colon location dot start line. What? Oh, hang on. Location dot start line to location dot end line. Okay. That's the GitHub. The GitHub Chael codes 12.6.14 to 12.6.21. Good. Now this is Twitter. Why is Twitter reporting that location? Phantom Glitch says, are you aware of the correlation between pre-ground coffee and shellfish allergies? Now that one I'm not aware of. Okay, let me try speakers dot document dot find by, and then I'm just gonna say Twitter. Chael codes. What? Why? Well, and if I do like Twitter, same thing. It's confident. It's confident. Mike Ross says, what is on line 2643? 2643. 2643. Caroline de Vittorio. Caroline de Vittorio. Caroline de Vittorio. Caroline de Vittorio. Phantom Glitch says, so I don't want to be the one to ruin your view on pre-ground coffee, but if you at some point look up if cockroaches can be found in pre-ground coffee, you may be surprised. I recently found a cockroach in my parents' sweet tea maker. Just dead. Moldy. Was in the little water thing. Because I emptied the water thing to go refill it, and it was like, ugh. And I was like, no. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. I now exclusively drink water from the fridge. And wine. But I have seen worse. Maybe the additional... Hang on. Let's try this. John Athade. Is it possible this is screwing it up? Because it's certain ones that fail. Yeah, because the speaker deck, completely different one, and it's convinced. Okay, quit. And it's consistent. Magara says, I think it's a bug in your bow. I think it might be too. Let me go all the way. Wait, hang on. Wait. Quit. No, I didn't want to quit. Well, I did want to quit, but I didn't want to quit that far. I'm trying to think about what is the weirdest thing I could have done. And my theory is, okay. It's either the field itself that's giving it trouble, because these are all spot on, right? They're all, 12.6.13, 12.6.20. Or, it's still 26.43. Let me go see this. Frank Ross says, can reproduce it. Grown man here says, whoa, are you really coding? Damn. Yes. I feel like you were surprised to see someone coding, and I am not. Let me go look at this. Where are you? Not you. Not you. I don't need this either. Not you. Not you. We'll take this out. Take this out. You. Yes. You. Phantom Glitch says the FDA allows an average of 10% or more of green coffee beans by count to be insect infested or insect damaged before they are deemed unsafe. I would not be grinding my own coffee. That sounds like a pretty good idea. Yeah. Grown man here says just use Claude. When it's relevant, when I find it necessary, I do use Claude. Right now, though, I'm trying to, actually figure out what I'm doing and why something is happening. Root.findby. Okay. What is the root? Root selector. Root selector. So I think I don't want this. I think I want... Oh, can I just search in here? Yeah, I can. You and I both know you're going to find matches if you actually search. What do you mean no matches found? The rudest thing I've ever seen. Find by. Okay, find by selector value criteria. That's for the sequence. Collection, find by each due document, next and list document.sequence. Document find by, find and filter items and sequences with find by where and pluck. Find by with nested hash syntax returns the first of multiples. Collection, document test, find by searches across files. So I think we're looking for the sequence one. Find by selector, value, criteria. That is not the shape I expected it to be. Micro says you could try where? Grown man here says it's so funny, I never code. I'm a third semester CS major, by the way, lol. Well, I hope you are enjoying your time with Claude. Query result new, self indices of, selector value criteria. Index of. Huh. Let's see. Index of, query result new, selector and value, criteria empty, document.get selector this, values index selector, if values is an array. Oh yeah, that gets a lot more complicated. Let me try. Speakers dot document dot find by well now I need the value, don't I? Well, it says I can do a selector and then a value. Twitter, comma, shell codes. Interesting. Phantom Glitch says Cloud has its uses, but it can be incredibly blind to simple solutions. Well, and I find that it's useful when I know what I'm doing and I can just like glance and verify, and when I can kind of direct it. But I find that if I'm doing something new or I'm exploring and trying to figure out how I'm going to do something, it's a lot less effective. Let's see. Try and trace this through here. Index of, selector value, and criteria. What are criteria? Self-index if index. Index of. I'm guessing the like thing colon whatever is the criteria. Document get selector. Values index selector if values is an array. Okay. Criteria selector equals value if selector and value. So we're basically saying if I pass in a selector and a value, make a criteria. And then pairs equals expand nested criteria. Gotcha. So what I've got is probably a criteria. Expand nested criteria. And for each of these, field string field.2s, field string includes square brackets. This one does not. Then values get selector field string. Selector. Where did you come from? I guess the selector is the one I came up with. Phantom Glitch says also, yeah, like how are you ever going to learn to fix a future problem if all you do is tell an AI to do its thing and don't verify or learn from its implementation and errors? Yeah, I try to learn when I'm working with AI and try and figure out what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. I describe what I'm doing as more AI-assisted development than necessarily just vibe coding. Field expected. I mean, I would assume that I go into here. And that's a toString. Okay. Document.get. dot field string. What if my selector is nil? Oh, then it just gets this. Let me try that. Ah, the other ones are ones that every single speaker has. Okay, so if I were to write this, this would be document.get. So we'll do speakers document .get. There's no selector here. So this would be Twitter. Oh, interesting. There's a ton of these. Let's see. Macaross says, oh! Let me see. Next on this values is an array. Values, each with index, filter map, actual. In like 20 minutes, we'll catch this. Macaross says, it used to return the nil values. And I'm guessing the filter map took them out. If actual equals expected. And then the index is off, so it's the 691st index in that arrays of values. Yeah. Thindal, hello and welcome. Can you tell me a little bit about what you were doing in your stream? Let me drop you a little shout out. Ah, Thindal says greetings. Hi. At Thindal. Dukasoft, hello and welcome. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna get that shout out in a second. Yay! Hello and welcome, Thindal. It's nice to see you. So let me tell you a little bit about what we're working on today. I'm a member of the Ruby Events team, which means that I work on this lovely site, rubyevents.org. It's got a bunch of events, it's got videos, it's got speakers, it's got topics, anything you might want to know about an event, it's got. So for example, upcoming events, yay! Who's speaking at that event? Yay! Who the sponsors are for that event. What we are working on today is adding some validations to our GitHub PRs to make sure that the data for those events is accurate. So this is the in progress PR. Right now what we're looking at is the fact that some of our annotations are showing up in the wrong spot. These ones are correct. Here I've got this duplicate GitHub, this duplicate slug, and they show up exactly where they're supposed to be, and some of them do not. We're also trying to make sure that all of them show up. We recently found out that we only get 10 GitHub annotations. It's just very frustrating. Thindal says, working on connecting my headless blog to a website and finding and fixing pain points. That sounds fun. Usually I do migration work from web forms to Blazor. Cool. Thindal says, who's speaking at that event? A Ruby event? Not me. I'm more of a .NET person, but broadening horizons is always good. Yes, I've been working as a Rubyist for the past 10 years. All of my projects have been Ruby and Rails, so that's kind of where the idea came from. All right, so let me look at this. So one of the things that we're hoping to see in this validation is that the banner background, featured background and featured color are present if, well, that if these colors are present, we also have the files. They're missing. Thindal says, head on over to a .NET event. I might be speaking there though. Very cool, very cool. What sort of .NET events have you been to recently? I think the current one we're looking at is like Speaker Exists and that other one I just mentioned. We're trying to get those GitHub annotations to work. So like the duplicate one is working somewhat. Some of the values are in the wrong spot. So we're trying to figure that out. So if I go look at my GitHub annotations, conversation, all the way down here to my CI lint. Thindal says, connected to Sessionize? I do have Sessionize, yes. Lil Safbeg says, hi. Hi, nice to meet you. All right, let's see. Yeah, so here I've got my errors. They're showing up in the log. And I'm even seeing right here that I have the power of LLMs is not found in speakers.yaml, but I'm getting the line for it. So if I go to this one, I'm going to take a look at data videos. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Yeah, so this says 113, and this one is 78. Oh, I mean if this side is connected. No, it's not connected to Sessionize, sorry. We are connected to SpeakerDeck, and we connect to GitHub, but we're not connected to Sessionize. We connect to Tito. We have a couple of different connections, but not that one. Let's see. So this one might be another one where it's actually like the information that we're getting is invalid. Because if I look at the power of LLMs not found. So this one says line 15. Yeah, and it doesn't jump to the correct file. I wonder if that might just be the size though. Oh, so because we don't have the event here anymore, that's part of it. Micro says Sessionize makes it really hard to get data from their APIs. And you can really only use it if you are the one organizing the event. That is challenging. Okay, so here's what I'm seeing. I've deleted this file and the event stuff is there already. And I think that's why we're not seeing it over here. So what I'm gonna try is right below these values, I'm gonna add another like fake value. So this is gonna raise another Sessionize error. My hope being that we, catch that. Let's see. Yep. Quit. No, quit. Quit. Okay. I have quit all of those. Let's see. Then Null says using Sessionize to find anything isn't the best experience either. I can see that. Let's see. Checks. Let's see. And which of these tests are failing? Oh, static validator's unique speaker fields test. Test returns empty errors for the real speakers.yaml. Okay, so this one is failing because we have deliberately broken several of these fields. That makes sense. Let's see. I think we've seen the duplicate one is looking the way I want it to. So I'm gonna go ahead and clean up the speakers.yaml. I'm gonna count that one as passed, even though we're not indexing on the exact right value, just because that looks like it's an error with Yerba right now. And we'll have to go in and figure that out at a later date. Okay, let me go in here and search for Rachel. Right, there we go. And we're gonna delete 10 lines of this. Yep. Let me go in here and I'm just gonna do a git add dash I. Ooh. I'm not gonna commit the unique speaker fields because that's just a binding.irb. I am gonna commit the changes to event YAML and speakers.yaml. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a patch add and I'm gonna do 2 and 3. So I'm gonna say yes, I wanna add this field because I wanna see the errors on my featured background before I mark that one as complete. I'm gonna clean up speakers.yaml. And what we should see is that should look valid. Yes, that looks good. And so we're going to say git commit -pm cleanup speakers.yaml add error to event.yaml. And then we're going to say no to that one. And I'm going to push this. So my goal with this one is to see each of my validation errors come through before I mark this as complete. So let's kind of review the validators that we fixed already. Let's see. And the bad data. So for the speaker exists one, we have not seen this one yet. Let's see. For the unique speaker fields, we have seen this one. We have noticed that there's an error with it. We want to see an error here on the featured background and featured color because we've deleted the featured image file. And we want to see an error here and an error here because neither of these exist. Once we can confirm the errors on those handful of validators, we should be ready to actually merge this in. And it should help. Yeah, we have to wait until CI lint is done. Good, so there's our disallowed additional property. Let's see. Here's validating our speakers. So here's what's interesting. The power of life has been found, but the other one has not. Well, the power of LLMs. The reason this is a problem is that we really need both of those. And they happen in two separate indexes. So let me, oh, this is interesting. Open alerts panel. Oh, this is new! I haven't noticed this before. Wow, look at this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so apparently if you set up a GitHub annotation, it also gives you an alert for each of the failures. So if I view the details for this, it's going to take me to the failure here, which is color field configured but asset not found, color field configured but asset not found. I have 5 annotations this time. Okay, I'm going to click this link and hopefully it takes me to the event.yaml. And it does not. Sometimes it does. Maybe with 26 files it doesn't. It worked! It worked! It worked! It worked. Okay, so if you look, color field configured, but asset featured.webp is not found in either this location or the default location. Yes. So this is one of our most common issues. So what people will do is they will copy the event.yaml and they'll paste it. And previously we used to show a big error message and then we moved to these validations. This right here is going to make it really easy for me when I'm reviewing to just see whether or not there are any errors and whether it's fixed. This is going to be so good. I love this so much. I love this so much. Like, this was one of the ones that I was most interested in seeing work. Now, the problem that I am seeing is that these are not labeled, which is not good. I'm hoping to see an error on 78 and an error on 115. Let's take a look at our checks and see where those error messages actually ended up. Let's see. I'm gonna look at my annotations. Videos. So I'm getting an error on 183. And I'm not getting the other one, which is not good. Because neither of those are in the speakers.yaml. Okay, 183. And 183 is not correct. Correct? Correct. Files changed. 183. Data videos. Yeah, no, this is 115. So if I continue to expand this, 183 does not exist. Okay. That's good to know. Let me check if it's on the right file, too. I'm gonna check checks. Check my lint. And I'm gonna go up top to my annotations. That is the correct file. It is not the correct location. Okay. Good to know. I'm gonna close this out. I'm gonna close this out. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clean some of these up. Like, I'm gonna delete that. I haven't seen it in the right spot, really. So let's look through not unique speaker fields. Let's take a brief review of this one. What are you called? Speaker exists, I believe. Yes. Here's speaker exists. And what we do is we take the talk index, the speaker index, and everything else, and we get this. Aha. Now this is the one that concerns me more than the other, because we're getting speakers index. And we break if speaker's empty. Is it... Is it possible we're missing a talk? I don't think so. I think we have actually queried all of them. Speaker in value. If name is blank or no names includes the name. You know what I'm going to do before this next? I'm just going to do a binding.irb if name equals, I think it was like the spirit of open source. And of course, I don't remember if that was capital or not. Sweet. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna call this on videos. Copy relative path. No, that's you. Here. In real C. Then I'm gonna come over here to my speaker exists. And I'm gonna do static validators speaker exists dot new file path. Put my little quotes in there, close it, and dot errors. Okay. There is my error. Let me check what I actually picked. I did lowercase open source. Okay. And that says, hang on. That says line 115. 115 is, I believe, the correct line. Yes, it is. Interesting. Okay. Let me do first to error. Hang on, let me open error. 2H as error, as error. That says line 115. Let me go over here. Lil Safbig says, so what are you using LLMs for in this project? Transcription and description of talks. Also, we're using it to get YAML into the file. So for example, I haven't done this in a while. I need to do some more of it. I just have not had a lot of time. Let me go back up to the top. But we have kind of like a tricky problem that is very difficult to solve, which is basically, let me see, this one. Yeah, that one went off to Copilot. Lil Safbig says, oh cool. So we have kind of an interesting problem, which is that we have this like, kind of like just a text description of the event that we want to create. And what we want to do is we want to go in and create that value, and we need a YAML that is actually like inside the code base and committed to the code base. So it's really hard to have like a form or a webhook or something like that that makes a commit to a code base. But it's really easy to create a GitHub issue, assign Copilot to it, and have it create a PR that can then be reviewed and merged. So that's kind of like what I'm going for here, is like trying to get these fields in and these values in. It works really well for CFPs, even though I don't have a good description for them. I'm trying to work on events, venues, etc. The way that I'm kind of like building it under the hood is I have like generators, and that's my CLI. And then I have a skill, and that skill file is acting as the agent, and that skill file is responsible for actually inputting all the data. But I need to go through and do another run through with it. Recently, I kind of like pivoted to the validators because we had a lot of contributors who were interested in submitting validations that were struggling with the GitHub Actions aspect of it. Well, and I recently got access to a very cool tool called Yerba. And Yerba makes it possible for me to put GitHub Actions on the actual line, which I like a lot. I just need it to work. Yes. Yeah, so this one is my like errors first as error. It's looking for that GitHub action. I can just set this to true. Yeah. And then I can load. And I can see that it has the start line and the end line that is the correct value. Interesting. I can also see that it's not finding the other one, which is this one is missing. Okay. Quit. I have a binding.irb here. I'm gonna come up here. Put my binding.irb here. I'm not even gonna do that. I'm just gonna put my binding.irb here. I'm only doing one file. I only have one speakers. Okay, there's my binding.irb. What is my speakers? Okay. So this nil is going to be the lightning talks. This is the first. This is only the first. Yes, that is correct. Okay. Now I'm here again. Speakers. Nil. Okay. What is index? Index is 1. I really thought I had this thing. One. Nil. Okay. Because if I do 0, it gets me all the speakers. If I do 1, it gets me none of them. Unless I come in here and I say like, hey, give me like, what is it, 5-1? Let me go find out which one it is. Lil Softbag says, I've not touched code in a while, trying to figure out what projects I should make. It's a hard problem. May I suggest going and finding some projects that you find interesting and contributing to them until you figure out what you want to make yourself? Alright, so here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 7. Let's try 6 since it starts with 0. Okay. 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 6 speakers 1. I think that I am going to have to iterate through the videos if I want this to work. So we'll come up here and we'll say speaker index, video index. Yes. Okay. Now you're going to be the speaker index. And you are going to be the video index. And then break if speaker's empty. Nope, not anymore. Oh, hang on. I'll go fix that one. The speaker index. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say videos. Yep. Well, honestly, that's like video. And it's if video is nil. Yeah, break if video is nil. And then if speakers.nil. Video index plus 1, speaker index equals 0, and then next. Then I have, at this point, 1 speaker. Correct? Yes, I have 1 speaker. And so instead of this, name equals speaker value, next if name Blake are known, speaker index plus equals 1. Yes, take all of this and de-indent it. Let's see, and then I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna save this. Speaker name not found on speakers.yaml. Yep. Okay, let's try this. Well, and honestly, if I'm doing it this way, I could just do the talk, speaker index, etc. Right? I'll save that refactor for later. This one validator has been like the bane of my existence this whole time. The other ones have been fine, but this one's just been a mess. Should I comment these out until they're good? I think I will. I think I'll just do bloop dot freeze. No, I still want to capture if any of these happen. And I still want to raise an error if there's a duplicate Twitter, speaker deck, Mastodon, or Blue Sky. Just have to figure out the location stuff later. OC Glass says, what you building? Hi. I am part of a project called rubyevents.org. And what we do is we index Ruby events. So we've indexed 760 events and over 10,000 talks from 4,300 speakers, which is pretty cool. We've got all the talks, we've got all the speakers, we've got all of the events and stuff like that. So what I'm working on today is our event data. So we store all of our event data in these YAML files. Here's an example of one. This is the videos.yaml, and it has all of the videos. When the time comes, it'll have like the YouTube values and everything. And what I'm doing is I am working on building validations for that. I have created an infinite loop, I believe. Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've created an infinite loop. Okay, let me try this. Document. Do I have a document? I don't have a document yet. Hang on. Yerba. Parse file. Excellent. And then I just want that. Do I have it? Nope, I don't have it. Great. I want this data blue ridge ruby videos.yaml. I want just this part. Yeah. And so I'm trying to build some good validators for this, and it's being troublesome. OC Glass is cool. Thank you. I think so. Document.at path parentheses thus. Let's just do like 100. Thank you for following OC Glass. What happens if I say add 100? I get nil. So this should have broken the loop. Okay. At this document at path, video index, speaker, speaker index, if speaker.nil. Okay, let's try that one. Document at path, let's say 6. Dot speakers, and let's say 0. Undefined method speakers for an instance of string. Oh, hang on. I need to erase this one and then put this one in. That says speaker index. Maybe. Okay. There's me. Good job, me. And then I'm gonna have my speaker index bump to 1. There's our speaker that should not be found. Then I'm gonna bump it to 2. It's nil. Cool, my speaker is nil. Now I should increment the video index, and the speaker index should be 0. So I'll go to 7, and I'll go to 0. Ta-da! Now I'm gonna go ahead and jump to the one that's gonna be trouble. Let's see. This should be 8, 9. Okay, well, it was the next one. 9. Christine Seaman. Oh, did I go too far? Hang on. 8. There we go. Okay, so that's nil. Do I have this in a while loop? I think I do. I do. I have a loop do, and I have a break if the video is nil. And then I have, if the speaker is nil, increment the video index and the speaker index and go to the next loop. Otherwise, get the speaker.value. Mark Ross says there's no speakers on the lightning talks. That's what I just tested. If I come in here, my speaker is nil for lightning talk 8, speaker 0. And so my video index should increment. My speaker index should be reset to 0. And I should go to next, which would be 9. And then we would do 10. And then it would bump to 11, and it would give me a nil. And because my video is nil, wait. Because my video is nil, I should break. So why didn't I break? Here's my speaker index plus equals 1. Oh, hang on. If the name is found, I don't increment the speaker index. Yeah, hang on. I need to fix that. There we go. Okay. Name equals speaker not value. Speaker index plus equals 1. Next if name not blank. No names dot include name. Okay. There we go. At least not directly on the top level item. Yes. Here we go. 2 errors. Give me 2 errors. I didn't save this. Dang it. Okay. Quit. Reload. Yes! 2 errors. Whew. And they're on the correct lines. Git commit dash PM fix speaker exists validation logic. Ugh. Yeah, that got rewritten a lot. No. Git commit dash PM cleanup. Yeah, event YAML. Yes. Okay. Git push. Errors and validations. I keep seeing these and thinking I have errors. Now, if I've got this correct, the only one that should currently be an error is, well, I think we even saw colors have assets. But yeah, I have to put that back. But I think we saw colors have assets. Except says, hey, which engine are you using? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm gonna say the framework that I'm using is Rails. Because I'm using a web framework. I wanna see this one pass. This is one of the most important ones. 78 and 115. I saw it work locally. This is the only one that should be, this and the other one are the only ones that should be failing. And really, those two are the most important ones. Okay, here we go. Color field configured, but asset not found. And then up here I have 2 errors for speakers not found and speakers.yaml. Xstep says right. And OC Glass says Unreal Engine 5.5. Let's see, I'm gonna go back to my pull request. I'm gonna go to my files changed. It's gonna load like crazy. And then I'm gonna go over here. I have an X. Look at that X. Isn't that X nice? Ah, yes! Speaker not found! My heart! It works. I love it so much. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Where is this one? What am I missing? I found both of you. There's only 5. Why are you 183? I just confirmed that you're 115 locally. Why are you different locally? Phantom Glitch says Chael spends hours crashing out because their error messages won't error message. Why is it 183? Anxiety says unlurk. Why is it 183? It's not 183 locally. Look, we just looked at it and we ran the thing and look, it's 115 locally. Locally, it's on top of this. I'm hydrating. Exodus says what's going down. I'm making beautiful error messages. Look at how beautiful that error message is. Look at that. Speaker, the spirit of open source not found in speakers.yaml. Flawless. Why is this one missing? Why did it decide this was 183? OC glasses, that's no water. No hydration found. Phantom Glitch says Chael's mental well-being is going down. Phantom Glitch redeemed posture check. Phantom Glitch redeemed stretch. Extradio says also, hi Mini Chael, I hear you. This is my stretch. I'm gonna say that this is close enough for now. I'm gonna say that we've made some real inroads. And that quite frequently it works. Exodus says it sounds like Chael's already stretched to the limit. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. I mean, I call it locally and it does one thing, and I call it in CI and it does another. What is that? Like, let me show you. I'm gonna bin lint this. I'm gonna run the whole thing. I know I can call validate.all. I know I can call validate speakers. Exegedo says, there is nothing in life a good walk could not improve. Allergies. OC Glass says, I hate walking. Is it gross outside? Nah, it's kind of pleasant outside, actually. Exegedo says, walk beyond the allergens. Walk to the desert. Phantom Glitch says, a broken foot. I broke my toe at Strange Loop. This is the only time I've ever broken a bone. So I, whatchamacallit? I walked on it the whole time anyway. Exegedio says, I'm in Arizona, already in the desert. And yet, despite that, my windshield was lemon yellow this morning, so I feel you. Too much. Exegedio says, pretty sure PT will tell you to keep walking. I'm pretty sure that while the toe is still broken, they tell you to keep off of it. Look, 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 look. Look, 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 look. Look. Also, does that not look so good? Doesn't that look good? Hi, Mike W. SH Mike W says, walk on a treadmill in a hermetically sealed environment. Again, the broken foot situation. All right, so this looks real good, y'all. This part makes me happy. I'm gonna get a little picture. Look at you, you're a little cutie. Yes, you are. Like, look out. That's so pretty. Exegedio says, does your rail zone change anything? Why would it? OC Glass says, that feels great with a hard white light, a TV in the front with brain rot, and some dystopian song in the background. Exegedio says, broken foot, aquarobics. Why would a robotic fish help me? Phantom Glitch says, I've never broken my foot, so I couldn't tell you, but when I burned my foot, I'll tell you, I wasn't walking more than 3 steps from my bed to the loo. Did you try and make bacon in, like, a griddle at the foot of your bed? As Mike W says, I can only relate to the can't go outside world is trying to kill me. Look how pretty this is. I did so good. Oh, it's my font. I like my font. That's what's happening there. I like my font. I like my theme. That's why I like it so much. Okay, let me edit this. Let me put this at the top. I'm just gonna put an insane number of screenshots. Okay. Bin lint. Annotations. 5 errors, 1 warning. 183, 15, 78. 78 worked flawlessly. There isn't even in 183. Exegedio says, I don't know why Rails 7 would change anything, but limiting variables is usually good. Yeah, I don't think it's that one. Rebase dash I upstream slash main. Wow, there are a lot of commits here. I'm gonna delete evil YAML, partially fix YAML, fix more YAML, clean up speakers.yaml, and clean up event YAML. And I'm gonna hope that that was everything. Git rebase dash dash continue. Continue, 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 continue. Okay, fine. I will read the error message and I will remove this file. There. Are you happy? Would like that one back. Thank you very much. Now I'm gonna force push. Marco says, is it also using document find by? I don't think so. I think it's just using the selectors. Because for this one, I'm doing videoindex.talks talk index. There are a bunch of nils in this one though. So it might not actually be the find by, it might just be anything with nils. Unless the square brackets use the find by under the hood. But if that's the case, it wouldn't, it's fewer lines, not more lines. But also if I'm grabbing the document node, like, I'm grabbing the document node. Okay. Be gentle with the keyboard. I don't understand, but I will investigate and find out. I will help with Yerba. Let's see. Oh, but is using the index of the Ruby values, which doesn't have nils, and then indexes into the document which has nils. Okay, so this is a different one. So I think it makes sense why it's broken. So this is a different one, and it doesn't make sense because it actually works locally and does not work in CI. Which does not make sense. This is the relevant code. Let me... unified. There we go. So this is the one that's causing the thing. This one works, where I say video index speakers. That all works. And then when I come down here and I do video talk speakers, video talk speakers, and I index through it, talk speakers location. Yeah, I'm just straight up going through the document using this. And for some reason in CI it's giving me the wrong value. I don't have a good explanation for that. But yeah, I've been trying to keep the document tree intact whenever I go through and poke it. Exudio says, I love super sketchy emails from conference hotels. I've gotten 2 today. What is a sketchy email from a hotel? Margaret says, I also got one, lol. I feel like I should check my email inbox. I don't do that often. Let's see. I have like 50 emails. Let me try this one. None for me. Exegete says it comes from an iCloud account and is offering to get me party balloons or arranged dining. And Marco says, are you talking about the RubyConf hotel? They offered to get you party balloons or arranged dining? That one feels like a weird one. Studio goes, yep. Minecraft, during your visit with us, will you be celebrating any special occasions? We can assist with balloons, flowers, and gift baskets. That feels very normal for a hotel. Like, rare, but normal. Exited out. Marco got the same one. Maybe it is legit. Yeah, maybe. Should probably check my email inbox too. Maybe a little closer. Okay. This works well enough. Things that can be improved. I am gonna look at them real quick. This one shows at the top level. This one shows at the top level. These are all good. Minecraft says, I think it is, but it looks really sketchy. I'm gonna merge this. Because it's like 22 files, and I should have merged it already. 23 files. I'm gonna read through the 23 files before I merge this. Workflow CI, I swapped those out. This is my colors have assets, errors, event dates, schema, schema array, speaker exists, check. Fandom Glitch says best way to find out, forward them the same email and wait for response. Executive says glad it's not just me, security at work has me so paranoid. They keep sending us like the little phishing emails, and if you click it you have to go take the security training, and they look so real. They look so real. Alright, so these are all mini validators, static speaker files, unique speaker fields. For the Alrug meetup, they had exactly one, where it was an empty speakers, so I made that a speakers array. For validate.rake, that's a huge diff. I stripped a whole bunch of stuff out, but every single one has the thing, passes the value. A lot of it was removing GitHub Actions annotations because that's now handled by the error message itself. Pulling that out, working well. Yeah, I started stripping out the data part of the relative file path because I can't click it in the console if it doesn't have the data. Phantom Glitch says that's the point of them. Yeah, I know. I no longer need the CFP schema because it now validates against the schemas from within the actual validator. Let's see. Yep. So this is for event dates, file path file. Validate start and end dates are present for non-meetups. Microut says, hold on, are you only outputting 10 errors and say X more? We found out that GitHub Actions limits the number of annotations that show up in the files. There is a place later that does that, but it's not for like all of them. This one right here is specifically for one validator. This one is for validate array files. So this one is just limiting validate array files to 10 errors. Let's see. Exegete says I got nailed by one phishing email. The day after my boss told us about product team reorg, got an email from my boss about the reorg, totally clicked it. Oh, that one's oof. Phantom Glitch says me and a few other people from the Hacker Society used to run it for the university. It was good fun getting to tell the security lead that the senior department lecturer had clicked it and provided us with his personal card details. Personal card details? We took some liberties when they said make them realistic. Surly says, I noticed a pattern in the security emails I used to get at a company I used to work for. The emails were from my manager, but the domain was no before. Kevin Minnick's security company. So I used to set up a rule to pop up an alert on the screen when I received one. I like that. That's very smart. Also, I really like Know Before. I like their videos. So we had to do some Know Before security training. And it was like this British Office, like TV show type thing with the security researchers. And it was so good. We got season 3 that I went and pirated seasons 1 and 2 of the security training so I could go watch it. Like I looked for them on DVD. I looked for like a place where I could stream the security training videos. But obviously, like, they don't want you to, like, it was really hard to find them, too. Okay, Mark Ross says, but you say first 10 here. And yes, that is specifically for validate array files. This is the only place where I'm limiting it by 10. And my guess is that if you have one file, and this is for one file, and it's got, like, 10 plus errors, it's probably the same error. But yes, that is matching the existing pattern. Validate array files, validate files. I mean, with more than 10, it would almost have to, well, I guess you could really screw up a CFP. Let's see. Event dates.new. Exodudos is not messing around with the security training. Yeah. Okay, and then the other thing I'm able to do is I now say validate event dates.any, validate files, validate array files. Yeah, I brought them all to like one-liners instead of two-liners, which was not really a change that I had to make. This one is the validate speakers, which does 2 different validations. Exciting. And it just does all valid. Let's see. And this one is checking all of our video files, relative path, validate event assets. Oh yeah, and then this was the event color fields, and I was able to delete pretty much most of that and just replace it with bloop, that. And then down at the bottom, had to validate all of the alls and update all of the alls as well. I did remove validating event color values in order to make sure that they were not blank. I just removed that one. Let's see, this is now orphan.any because we can validate they're in videos.yaml. Yeah. With this validation, and if we did this validation, it would be a validation on speakers.yaml instead of videos.yaml. And then these are all tests. I can now check, wait, these are all tests for the validators. And then over here, what I can now do is I can just run my validator in order to check whether or not a sponsor file that I've generated is valid. Sweet, that's everything. I'm not gonna do, I have like other things that I want to do with this. I'm not gonna do any of those. Exodudio says, wait, gum, that's super cool. Yes. Ruby Events has gum. Ruby Events has reaction view. Ruby Events has yerba. Has all of the shiny new stuff. Surly Dove says, I feel like if I were creating this phishing test emails, I would be in the best British accent. A right bastard. I would create one that says, you clicked a link in a recent phishing email and have to take 2 more training courses. Click here to see which email it was you failed the test on. That's terrible. That's monstrous. Phantom Glitch says, just remember, phishing is the #1 way of credential leak and privilege escalation in modern day attack methods. People are always the target. Yep. I'm happy with this. I have reviewed this. I have read through this. I am tired of looking at this. I'm going to merge this. Thank you. Whoosh. I'm done. I'm done. Maybe I'll look at this again later, but not today. For now, I'm gonna roll credits and I'm gonna go lay down because, like, I'm sick and I'm all sniffly and congested, and I'm gonna go have a snack and take a nap. Exedudio says nap time done. Nap time's been done. That's why they were so noisy. Hang on a second. This time I actually am rolling credits. We had cat attention time and I turned off the credits and just used this scene and I forgot to turn it back on. Hello and welcome to my new followers. OC Glass, Berleo In, Morosi Dev, Genre Fluid, Maitre D, Cilandrio, Lucatelli, Black Mage, John Black, GG, Z Buffer, Thank you to Phantom Glitch for resubscribing. Thank you to Exedudio for moderating, and thank you Thindall for the raid. I appreciate you all for dropping by. Lucatello says love the screen. Thank you. Drop a like and a follow. I know we don't have likes on Twitch, but you get the picture. Okay. Wait. Phantom Glitch says thank you. Looking forward to next week. Me too. I'm gonna need to move this. Oh, we're like here. There we go. I almost forgot to raid. I was about to be like, bye y'all. Okay. I remember how to do this. Yep, I for sure remember how to do this. Okay. Alright, Earth Tian is working on a chat game in StreamerBot. Phantom Glitch says put a top left of because credits. Just because. Good call on that. No, it needs to be like a big one. Maybe there. Well, no, because your stuff can go all the way up here. Put it in the middle. Put it on the left. Put it in the middle. Yeah! Wait. I like it. Macaros is gonna have to get some gear, but I hear it has a healing effect. It has done the opposite to me. It has gotten my hopes and dreams up and then broken my heart. And healing effect. Yeah, but I might poke around in Yoruba and see if I can figure out like what the issue is. And if I can sort it out. Exedudio says thanks for streaming, Chael. Lives with the straight bar says I've made ramen eggs. Dang it, now it's in my face. There we go. How's that? Much better. One that I can like scooch all over. There we go. Exedudio says have a good lay down. I plan to. Alright, so I'm gonna send you all off to go hang out with Exedudio says Lewis is a straight by. Congratulations on recent achievements. I don't know what those achievements are, but okay. I will see you all later next time. Bye. And for those of you on YouTube,